please feel free to do so. And Dee Dee's just going to play some No Man's Sky, and I'm just going to yabber on. And Dee Dee's going to yabber on too, so we just thought we'd pop on for an hour or so and do that. So feel free to, if you're awake, to join in. And I, on a not happy note, I was just looking at this this Twitter thing which said the final act of the US war in Afghanistan, and I don't believe it's going to be the final act, but this is what someone said, was a drone strike in Kabul that killed 10 people. Now I think, is that a different bunch of people than the one where there was like 7 children killed? But this is a New York Times article, so I don't know how accurate it is. Our latest investigation shows a man the military saw was a, quote, imminent threat, end quote, and, quote, ISIS facilitator, end quote, was actually an aid worker returning to his family. And you have a look at the video, and it's just sort of like there's this crater where, well, I think that is the actual one where they kill the family, and the whole family with the children and everything. And there's just this like crater with a few bits of metal around it. Like I can't show you this, but look at this. I think that's the steering wheel, Dee Dee. Look, can you see? It's just all melted, and it's just it's yeah, just a hole in the ground. I mean, huh? Yeah, that was the steering wheel. Yeah. It's just, there's a complete wreck. Like, I can't even imagine they would have found any bodies to bury even. It looks like just a just sort of a hole in the ground with no, you can't get them up, but I just happened to see it just before, and I just thought, wow, that's crazy. I'll put a link in the thing. I'll put a link in the chat and you can have a look at that. Oh, hi, Dawn. How are you? I'm talking about happy stuff. I was just looking on Twitter, and
Hi, Dawn.
I saw this imminent threat of an aid worker, the drone strike that killed that family. And just sort of crazy that it's just crazy how it just decimates. Just disintegrated. That just not even a trace. They would have had to pick people out of the scraps. It was just dreadful. Anyway, how are you today? We thought rather than stay up really late tonight, which is what happens when we do things later, we would do something earlier, and it's still kind of not too late on the west coast, probably kind of pretty late on the east coast of the US. And Dee Dee is playing No Man's Sky again. We actually got this thing called yes, we actually, I'll get to your what you said in a moment. We were actually going to play, what was it called? Flight Simulator, is that the name of it?
We're getting ready to play.
We were getting ready to play that, but I think,
I don't know how to play it yet, so I don't know how to make it work.
yeah, Dee Dee doesn't know how to make it work yet, but that might be kind of fun in the future, a flight simulator. And and Dawn says, I'm exhausted from status quo's chat and member call. Yes, that's very.
Yes.
We can. I won't reveal what goes on in that. No, it's nothing secret or anything, but there was just somebody talking about COVID all the time, like being a bit an anti-vaxxer and putting out non-facts. It was just not good. I hope they do another one in the future, because that wasn't fun, really.
No.
It's not fun to have to sit and listen to somebody just putting out, stuff that isn't factual. The thing is, I don't think people ever seem to have any solutions to anything when they're against vaccinations. They don't sort of say, well, this is what I think, this is how I think they should manage things, yada yada yada, and this is how I feel it should be managed, or it could help prevent whatever. It's like they don't seem to even care about the actual virus. I'm not even sure if some people even believe it's real. That's what I think. What do you think, Didi?
Yes, I think that's true. I think it's a lot of people. I'm not even sure people think that it's real.
No.
And some people think it's real, but think that it's somehow not a problem.
But you know what's really
or
disturbing?
that they can fix it with ivermectin or something like that.
Didi? But if you know what's really disturbing though, if it's not real, do they think that like 4.5 million figure of people dead is just like made up and those people aren't dead?
Yeah.
That it's just all sort of
it's like, how did you think those people died? Do you
yeah,
think
and
they're
like
all
I said,
actors or?
like I said to that particular person, right? I said, so do you think that it's a global, like, it must be almost like this global cabal of ICU workers, right? ICU nurses and doctors all over the world that have decided to put out this false narrative about, vaccines stopping most people from going into ICU.
Yeah.
And he said something like, "Oh, don't believe statistics and stuff." And I'm thinking, and even saying that I used to work in ICU as a nurse and we never got any talking points from anywhere, including the government, that didn't seem to matter to him, right?
Yeah.
It's just sort of like he's in his own little world of, and that's the other problem with that too. He shared this link about, what was it, Operation something or other, and it was a Rockefeller
Operation Lockdown. Lockstep.
Lockstep. And it was associated with the Rockefellers, and that's another, those anti-Semitic tropes that people keep putting out, where the Rothschilds own everything. Israel is at the center of everything that is wrong in the world, that kind of thing.
Well, no Jewish bankers.
No, but they actually say that Israel's controlling this. That's also
some of them say
that's
that.
also another one that I see often, right?
Yeah.
Which is another like ridiculous. Like, of course, Israel's very closely connected to U.S. foreign policy. Like it's, but I'm literally meaning, they literally mean that they're behind everything. Almost. You know what I mean? Like a big, evil kind of whatever, and it just kind of, that whole thing is really sad too. But anyway, we shouldn't really go into that too much. I need a sort of break from the anti-vaxxer people.
Anti-vax stuff, yeah.
But it sort of gets really depressing though. But you know what is interesting, Dawn, and this is something that Didi and I have noticed living in another country, is that most of what's going on in the United States, it isn't a common thing. Well, it's certainly not common here in Australia, is it, Didi?
No.
It's not that common at all. In fact, people would probably think that's like pretty out there. There's a small group of people in Australia who are anti-vaxxers and have a leaning towards QAnon type stuff, but there's actually not a whole lot of people, is there, Didi, that are like that?
No.
And I don't know about the UK. I don't know how many people they have that are kind of, I don't know, but I think that to some extent, what the amount of people who are present on the internet, and that's another thing, they're on the internet, and that doesn't mean that represents the whole country either, is it, Didi? It gives a false impression that because there's some extreme sort of conspiracy theorists about sort of, there's 5G and Gates microchips in your neck from vaccines and all of that, and then there's, a thing to control you and all that kind of stuff. That's not that's probably not representative of everybody in the United States. It's just people that are out on the internet who often have more, they have the loudest voices because they're yapping away on the internet.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who probably don't believe that.
Yes, and certainly English language. I don't know what it's like in other languages, but certainly English language internet is dominated by the U.S.
Yeah, excuse me. I'm drinking. That's right. We tend to get more U.S. people in these various. Well, we follow U.S. news, I guess. Not corporate news, but leftist type independent news, and there's a lot of they're based in the US, so you get a lot of people from there. But I mean, you only have to start, like I was looking at Jackson Hinkle's live stream tonight, and he was talking about he's had a vaccine and everything. He's not I don't think he's an anti-vaxxer, but he was talking about ivermectin, and he was elevating Jimmy Dore and Joe Rogan and stuff like that. And but there were people in the chat stream. It's like you can start to see changes in the chat stream when people, and I don't know, I'm not saying he's grifting or necessarily, I don't know what's going on there, but you can see changes in the chat stream when people start to go in a certain direction. And you could see that,
I think
there's a lot
of people who just want to get out.
What's
when
that?
People start going that way, there's a lot of people who just want to get out.
Yeah, but
They're
there were
not
people in
interested
there
in
that
us.
if you said, just get a vaccine, and I saw somebody say that, and somebody was going, just go, just get out of here.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing? You
Yeah.
start to see changes in the people that are chatting in the live stream.
Yeah.
Like you'll see that in Jimmy Dore's
kind of a
live
greater
stream.
intolerance and rudeness and
Yeah.
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 And you'll see a lot of anti-China stuff start to happen and that kind of thing. It's not happening on that. I don't really follow his live streams much, but anyway. So where are we in the?
So we're just landed on a new spaceship in a new space station. This is the space station.
Oh, I should find out how we're going for audio levels. It's probably okay though, isn't it?
And yeah, I think so. These are the kind of Borg-like beings.
What's that, Didi?
These are the kind of Borg-like beings.
Yes, still that guy Dawn used to be
I can't.
on this channel. Actually, he was here for a little while, wasn't he, Didi?
Yes, yeah.
And
he seemed okay for
yeah,
some
he
stuff.
seemed quite nice, and but I don't know. I don't know where he was then, but I haven't seen him for quite a while now, for about over a year or something. But he's totally lost in the whole,
COVID thing.
He's just sort of.
Yeah, it's sad.
It is sad.
I find it sad.
Yeah, it is sad because he may find, particularly because he's black, he may find that one day he gets it and it's going to be really bad.
Yeah.
At best he might get long haul COVID.
Yeah.
And or his family.
Or some friends, members. The problem I see too is that you look at the people who are going, oh, well, the black community really doesn't want to have it, and this sort of thing. And then you look at the fact that the black community is more susceptible to COVID. They're more likely to get badly ill.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing. And you think, why are you discouraging people in a community that's liable to be more affected from getting something that is pretty dependably going to save them from getting very ill?
Yeah, I don't know.
And I'm not saying that, like it's the best thing in the world or anything like that.
No.
I don't believe that that's the case. I do, however, believe that, like there are real advantages to having a vaccine. I mean, I've had a vaccine for that reason, even though I couldn't get an mRNA. People carry on about mRNAs, and there's some nonsense about them being gene therapy. Yeah. There's some nonsense about them being gene therapy, but they're not gene therapy. Okay, you
Yeah.
talk.
No. That was that's right. There are things about gene therapy. I didn't really know a whole lot about the whole thing. I was just suggesting you might want to have that, Dee Dee. Dee Dee's got a bit of asthma. She has asthma, so.
Okay, well, I'll go back to talking about.
Yeah.
It upsets me because mRNA vaccines are probably safer. I would prefer that to the AstraZeneca or one of the other non-mRNA ones.
Yeah.
And you look at China, and China's developed its own, but it's trying to develop an mRNA vaccine now.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's all. Oh, Don's saying it's lunacy. They claim Jewish people were warned about 9/11. Really?
Hey?
What? Jewish people in the Trade Center? Yeah, there's an awful lot of. I almost always want to cut out somebody when I see somebody start carrying on about the Rothschilds or into those kind of,
Yeah.
Jewish banker Nazi conspiracies.
Fortunately, you don't see as much of that now as you
No.
used to.
No, it's all China.
Yeah, that's right. It's changed to China. Always fabulous.
And it pisses me off that they're going back to this lab thing. I know the U.S. has been pushing it hard
Yeah.
because they want to send troops in and examine their labs and all this stuff.
Yeah.
But like independent viral researchers, people who are experts in the field in Australia have
Yeah.
come out against the recommendation of their universities and so on and said, no, it doesn't come from a lab. There's no evidence whatsoever. That's two of the major researchers into COVID in Australia
Yeah,
have
but this
come
is-
out and said that.
This is sort of. You never ever hear them with Ebola or HIV or anything like that. You never hear people say, be obsessed with did it come from a lab, who's responsible, let's punish them. You never hear that. That's
Yeah.
why everything is so suspect in
Yeah.
relation to the narratives that are going on about China.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
hear people saying, let's punish the origin of that virus. Like, let's punish Africa for Ebola. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's punish Africa for if it was, I don't know if it was malaria, where, but I'm saying, I mean?
Or that, some other country had spread Ebola in Africa.
Yeah.
But,
And let's pretend they're not zoonotic diseases too. Let's
Yeah.
pretend they're not that.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah,
just, I
somebody
don't know, it
was
just
saying
gets
something
tiresome.
about, I think it was that fellow was saying something about, well, look how quickly it developed. What? It's a zoonotic disease. It's been in animals for probably centuries,
Yeah.
and it's crossed over.
Dawn was saying, I hope you're okay, Dee Dee. Yeah, Dee
Oh,
Dee
I'm
lives with
fine.
asthma. It's kind of a...
No,
she had it since she was young.
I have asthma. I've had it since I was a little kid. When I was a little kid, I used to be very dire.
And yeah, I was just trying to encourage her to have some Ventolin because she was
I'm-
running out of breath while she was talking.
I'm on pretty good drugs at this point.
Yeah.
But it's one of the reasons why, I'm 70. I've got asthma. If I got COVID, well, I'm somebody with pre-existing conditions,
Yeah,
and I'd
you'd
probably
be in a bad
stuff
way
me
or
up.
worse.
Yeah.
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 And you'd be in a bad way, wouldn't you, Dawn? It wouldn't be pretty.
No.
That's what's really upsetting about it is
and
that
thank
they
you for
don't.
thinking about me.
Yeah, people don't even think that immunosuppressed people are almost like prisoners in their own home because of the people who just want to. I want everybody to have it. Basically, I want to go out there and spread COVID and get it all around the place so we don't have to have any of the lockdowns and any of that because everybody will have it. And the ones that got it and didn't survive, well, too bad. Survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's really that. That's what.
And that's what
They
it
may as
comes
well
down
just be
to.
honest and say what really
Yeah.
mean, because often all I've never seen 100%. I've never seen anybody say this is what I'd like to see happen. They just say what they don't want,
Yeah.
which often means to me that they don't care if it's spread around everywhere, as long as as long as they get to go to their favorite restaurant, or that they don't have to miss out on their favorite football match and that kind of shit. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's the only thing, because I know there's a lot more financial devastation, a lot more that happens everywhere. But it's like that's not the what has that got to do with the vaccine, though? Like the
Yeah.
vaccine. If the vaccine and locking things down, and initially, instead of letting it go on and then making it endemic, if the US had done the right thing, if the government had done the right thing, which it never would do, and they probably wanted people to end up being homeless so they could buy up their houses and stuff, but if they'd done the right thing, it would be way better, and the country would have recovered quickly, and their precious capitalism would have been okay. But of course, their precious capitalism has benefited from this, pandemic, because billionaires are much, much richer, and Amazon and all of that is way richer, and the
And they can get good health care and
Blackstone is buying up houses in whole suburbs because people are not able to pay or they're getting evicted even though there's an eviction moratorium. That's been going on. All that kind of stuff. But, the people that are going against this are really sort of, that they don't have any solutions, which makes me think that they just want it to end because it's inconvenient.
yeah.
And now they want it to end too because they have this thing that there's cabals taking over the world, and that it just shows how susceptible people are, Dee, to
Yeah.
suggestion. How the worst suggestions that are made in relation to this pandemic are the things that people have latched onto.
Yeah.
Like that, yes, governments are going to make it worse for people, and they're going to use any disaster to constrain people and to do them over and stuff. But I mean, why do we have to go to the worst fucking thing? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like-
I have to say, I remember this, the number of the beast, the people are being programmed and stuff, that it has been out there ever since they came up with barcodes. Like it's been 50 years people have been on about that.
Really?
Yeah, and it's like, oh, people are going to get microchipped. The identity cards. That's what that's all about. And all of this stuff. And
Well, that's probably just. Of course, there is more surveillance and there's more.
Sure.
And all of that kind of thing. Absolutely, it's like it's becoming more and more like that. But the kinds of theories that people come up with.
People don't decide not to have mobile phones, and mobile phones listen in on you, and they can track you with
Yeah.
mobile phones. But nobody wants to give up their bloody mobile phones.
No.
Well,
if you
and
give
so
up your-
it's kind of like, it's like the people who carry on about, oh, Big Pharma is evil. It's a plot by Big Pharma. Let's get ivermectin. Where do you get that? From a pharmaceutical company?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
If they'd been, you
It's
know what I think,
stupid.
Diddy? If they'd put out ivermectin first, right, instead
Yeah.
of the vaccine, people would have been going and going on and on about ivermectin and how it's going to be used to control people, and it's actually,
Maybe.
you know what I mean? Oh no, I'm sure.
Yeah.
If the government had decided to put that out first, that's what people would be doing. I don't think it would have mattered what they put out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whether it was a pill or a vaccine. It would have gone that way. It's just sort of, I don't know, people seem susceptible psychologically now to the worst kinds of, instead of just kind of trying to look at it like, yes, governments can use anything to control people, to surveil
And they
people.
do.
And they do. Instead of looking at it in a kind of a level-headed way, they go to the most extreme, which makes me think, I was just talking about this earlier, Dawn, to Dee. I was just saying, because I find this head-scratchingly amazing. Here I was saying I wasn't going to talk about this, and now I'm talking about it again, but sorry about that.
Yeah.
I'll try and talk about something else, but it's just it just seems to be everywhere now. I was saying to Dee Dee that that I feel like, because things are looking very, very, very dire about in relation to the climate emergency, that
Yes.
people are looking for other things to obsess about, so they don't have to look at
Have to
the
think
fact that
about
we're
that.
probably going to go extinct this century, and things are going to get very, very, very bad on
Yeah.
top of the already bad situation that capitalist governments have created all around the world. And of course, the climate crisis is part of that creation, by capitalism, that will end most of us, really. And so, I feel like this is almost like a distraction. It's like I was saying to Dee Dee how,
Yeah.
with cats, when cats, are inside the house and they see something outside of the house, they'll often have a problem with one another, like sort of get a bit grumpy with each other because something is outside. It's like a, kind of a diversion. They can't do anything about what's going on outside, so they sort of can occasionally turn on one another. And I sort of feel like this is very similar, because we're just animals like other animals, and there is something that is now looking like it's completely beyond anybody's control. And so I wonder if that has something to do with people just obsessing about these kinds of things now, instead of real what's something they see now as possibly beyond their control. I don't know, but it's just something I feel like it's some psychological weird thing that's happening.
Yeah, and people.
Oh, hi,
I mean,
Herb. How are you?
Hi, Herb. Yes.
Oh my God.
Dawn was saying she remembers when it's your debit card is the mark of the beast. Yeah. That's been used a lot, That's insane. Yeah. The injection of topical ivermectin. I mean, that's just crazy. But then people are crazy. Yeah, I mean, to inject a tropical drug is just a topical drug. Yeah, is just crazy. I mean, that's not what anybody is meant to do. It's really sad. It is. And yeah, I mean, that whole Mark of the Beast thing was just. But people have come up with these conspiracies. I mean, it's like all the conspiracies about the moon landing being fake, and yes, I understand you don't trust governments, nor should you, but not everything is a lie. And it's like Big Pharma. I've got heaps of stories about bad things that Big Pharma has done.
Really?
Yeah, sure.
I can believe it.
Yeah. And I remember one of the things I was doing in my thesis was looking at the way free scientific information was being taken over by proprietary information. This was in the 80s. And one of the things was the people who developed monoclonal antibodies, they belonged to, forgotten what university it was or what their names were, but they were English. And I think they published all that information in Nature. That's free scientific information, which is what all scientists tended to do. I mean, it's like you build science on the basis of other people's knowledge, you know?
Yeah.
And it's a collective endeavor. Science has always been a collective endeavor. And they came up with the technique for monoclonal antibodies. And there was a pharmaceutical company, a smaller one in the U.S., which I'm being attacked by somebody.
Who's attacking you? I didn't think people attacked on that planet.
I didn't think so either, but they did. What was I saying? I was talking about the
monoclonal antibodies.
Monoclonal antibody patents. There was a pharmaceutical company that tried to, they did a minor change or something, and then they patented it and claimed that these other people were breaching their patent. And the scientists said, no, it's free scientific information. We came up with this. I don't care about your patent. This is ours. And it's free to the universe, to all of humanity. And the judge in the case said, that's right, it's free scientific information. The pharmaceutical company loses, and then Eli Lilly bought them up. And Eli Lilly then took the same patent and appealed it, and they have more money than God, and they succeeded in getting the patent.
Yeah.
And it is one of the reasons that universities these days own all of the scientists and researchers' work in the universities, and they patent them themselves.
Yeah.
And it's all become proprietary information.
Yeah.
And that is wrong. It's not what science is meant to be.
No.
And another case was, I think this was Eli Lilly again. There was a Filipino researcher who came up with erythromycin.
Yeah.
Yes, I've told Trish this story a few times before. And erythromycin is one of the major antibiotics used in children for children's infections.
Yeah.
And it's used globally.
Yeah.
And Eli Lilly made millions on it because the researcher worked for Eli Lilly in a lab and research center in the Philippines. And he said, look, I know I work for you, so the patent is yours, but I'm the one who discovered it. And you're making billions on this. I don't want anything for myself, but I'd really like you to start a grant or something like that for people in the Philippines who want to study medical research.
Yeah.
So that and you'll get more medical researchers out of it.
Yeah.
And Eli Lilly said, no, it'll interfere with their profits. He only wanted a few $1 million for this grant.
Right.
And it wasn't for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was for other Filipino researchers.
Yeah.
But that's how exploitative drug companies are.
Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, you also have to think that erythromycin is a pharmaceutical product.
Yeah.
And erythromycin was not discovered by Eli Lilly as part of a plot. It was done by a medical researcher who got into medical research in order to help people.
Yeah.
And the people who are working on vaccines are mainly people who want to help people.
Yeah.
And pharmaceutical companies are corrupt as hell, and that doesn't mean vaccines don't work.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean vaccines are a plot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my, I just realized it's 2:39 in New
Yeah.
York City.
Ivermectin is another one. There's been a lot of people, particularly Max Blumenthal and people like that, who carry on, and this goes on to the chats. I can't see any of the chat, Trisha. You've got everything on a different channel. Um, have yeah. Ivermectin was invented or come up with by a Japanese researcher as a drug for animal parasites. And it was found to be safe for humans and to deal with human parasites, and that's fabulous. We need more drugs for human parasites too, and it is safe for humans in moderate doses if you're not injecting it or doing something stupid. It's very, very safe. And it cured river blindness. But curing river blindness, I mean, a lot of people make a big deal of this. And in some senses, it is a big deal. But curing river blindness was not the purpose of coming up with this drug. And it fortuitously worked for river blindness. And river blindness is a disease in Africa, in parts of Africa, that affects people, and they tend to get these parasites in their eyes, and they will go blind, usually by the time they are 30. And so there's a huge pressure to have a lot of children, because the children, if you're blind in a village in Africa, you're in trouble. And the children can lead people around and do things that people who cannot see can't do. And so this has been a whole major problem. And I've met researchers. I remember meeting somebody in the 80s who was going around the world trying to get interest in somebody looking at treatments for river blindness. And I mean, he was at his wit's end. He was suggesting that maybe he should start spreading river blindness in Louisiana or someplace in the U.S. in order to get an interest, because he said no pharmaceutical company is interested in developing this drug because it's not profitable to help poor people in Africa.
Right.
And so the fact that this cures river blindness is fabulous, but it's an accident. It's not the Yahoo cure for all things.
Yeah.
It's not the, oh, wow, and it's a Nobel Prize winning, and it cured river blindness. Yes, it did those things, and that's great.
Yeah.
It's not what it was intended to do.
Yeah.
That's a fortuitous accident, which is fabulous, but,
How did that, bacteria sort of, it's a bacteria, is it, in the river blindness? How did that bacteria?
No, it's a parasite.
A parasite. How did that sort of come about? Like, is it certain types of...
Well, most Africa is the area where there are more diseases that affect humans than anywhere else on the planet, and that's because we evolved in Africa. And so the diseases and parasites and that kind of thing evolved with us.
Yeah.
And that's why places like Hawaii were so devastated by measles. 83% of the population were killed when Europeans brought measles to Hawaii.
Yeah.
Yeah. They talk about the conquest of Mexico and stuff. They didn't conquer it. They gave them disease. Yeah. You look at Bernal Diaz, who is one of the people who traveled with Cortez, and he was amazed at the cities and the level of, there were no European cities up to those kind of levels.
Yeah.
But, the diseases wiped people out. It wasn't European technology. It wasn't guns. It was disease.
Yeah.
And it was because they were naive populations. They had been isolated from a lot of the areas where diseases had evolved.
Yeah.
And that's one reason Europeans often fare so badly in Africa,
Yeah.
because they're a naive population when they come to Africa.
Right. Yeah.
And there are a lot more diseases in Africa
Yeah.
because that's where we came from, all of
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
Okay, we should look at the chat.
Oh,
Okay.
yes. Sorry. There you go. So
Insulin.
Dawn
is one,
said,
yeah.
I have a friend in Maui. She's a nurse and she's terrified that will happen in the coming months.
Oh yeah. Eli Lilly's still using on the forced swim test on rats. Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah,
Disgusting.
it's
the
all
stuff that they do.
disgusting. And the
Yeah.
only way all that torturing of hundreds of millions of sentient animals in labs all over the world is going to end is when most people are vegan and we insist they develop non-animal alternatives, which there are non-animal alternatives that already exist, aren't there, Dee Dee? But because animals are viewed as property in the law, people go, oh, we can use them, you know, there's no problem with that, and they don't bother to develop anything else.
A lot of diseases can be tested on tissue culture and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just disgusting.
Yeah. No, any other comments there, Tricia?
Hang on, just wait a second. I was just looking at this poor woman who's just sort of said, I mean, you see this over and over again now on the internet. You know, this woman says, and I think she's a black woman, on Twitter said, this Juneteenth I need help. I got a letter saying I'll be losing my disability benefits next month and it's my only steady source of income. And she's a black trans artist, and you know, she's sort of asking, could people, you know, give her some money? You know, and this is the thing. It's just particularly in the United States, this is just over and over and over again. People in these desperate situations, and I see it and I just think, oh my God, you know?
Yeah.
Like there was you know, this guy who comes to our live stream and also has visited Robbie Martin's live stream, and he had a terrible situation where he's paraplegic already, and he had this problem, a medical problem, and he had to go to hospital, and he couldn't afford to keep on his house, and he lost his rental situation, and then he had to go into some kind of what was essentially almost like a nursing home. He's 45 years old, and he put out this videos saying that he needed to get about $5,000 or something to be able to move out of this basically a nursing home, and you know, rent a place again. But I mean, if he hadn't been able to get that money, fortunately people donated to GoFundMe, but if he hadn't been able to do that, he'd be stuck in this kind of nursing home type thing at 45 years old. I mean, it's these stories, they're all nightmares, aren't they, Dee Dee? They're all horror stories. Every single one of them are horror stories, and they're happening. Like, you know, I sometimes I think it would be unimaginable at this point to know how the many, many millions, billions in fact, of horror stories going on around the world because of the shit show that's capitalism and how governments are now. Don't you think, Dee Dee?
Yes,
definitely. It'd blow your mind.
Yeah. Well, I it's one of the things, you know, like I look at all of this stuff, and I think if COVID showed people anything, it should have showed people the absolute deficit of capitalism.
Yeah.
People, you should have used it to mobilize around ending this capitalist system.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that there is no support, that governments feel nothing, you know, to support people, that they feel no obligation, in spite of, you know, signing the Declaration of Human Rights, that people need a place to live. You know, that it is a cruel and awful system that wages are held down to such a level so that people will be impoverished and forced to take awful jobs
Yeah.
at extortionate rates
Yeah, yeah.
and basically get into wage slavery.
Yeah.
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 And to put populations into poverty where they end up committing crimes and getting caught into the prison industrial complex, which, I mean, it's disgraceful that the U.S. has the absolutely highest level of incarceration in the world, like way above everybody else. And I have to say, it's disgraceful that Australia is second in line.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and the racial elements of that are awful. But the idea that you would let your population starve, that you would leave them out on the street, that you would give them no medical help, like what? There has to be some sort of exchange. I mean,
Yeah.
that whole notion of a social contract,
Yeah.
that we put up with governments telling us what to do
Yeah.
because they demonstrably make our lives better, but where they're demonstrably making our lives worse. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and COVID exposed this.
Yes.
Yeah, it made
Expose the foul state that it is.
yeah.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah.
It exposed the failed state.
Yeah.
And you look at the United States. I mean, I think, when COVID started, you had countries like Italy and things like that were unprepared,
Yeah.
in spite of the fact that China showed the way.
Yeah.
China had an explosion of COVID, and they built hospitals and they did lockdowns,
Yeah.
and the West was going, oh, that's very extreme. But they stopped COVID.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Italy, they suddenly realized, hang on, we've got COVID here, and the hospitals were inundated, and they had to start triaging people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and just saying, well, okay, you'll just likely die, so we're not even going to worry about
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, that awfulness.
Mm.
And
Well,
the
that's
United States just put off doing anything, and it put off doing anything, and it put off doing anything
Yeah.
until COVID was endemic
Yeah,
in
yeah.
that country.
Yeah.
And then it started to act
Yeah.
because, the hospitals in New York were overwhelmed, and then suddenly the hospitals in Texas were overwhelmed,
Yeah.
and it started spreading everywhere.
Yeah.
And what did they think was going to happen? Of course it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what a pandemic does,
Yeah.
particularly a very contagious one. And
Yeah.
that was ordinary COVID.
Yeah. Ordinary.
And
COVID,
so
yeah.
now for people to go, oh, well, we're 50% vaccinated, let's just throw out,
Yeah.
any restrictions.
Yeah.
What happens to the other 50% of the people?
Yeah.
What are they thinking?
Yeah. Yeah.
It makes me furious here in Australia.
Mm.
They're talking about in New South Wales, 70% vaccinated and we can get rid of a lot of the restrictions.
Yeah.
And that's insane. What about the other 30%?
Yeah.
And here
Yeah.
in Australia, people want to be vaccinated.
Yeah. Can
They're waiting for vaccination.
Oh my God. Did he? 1,599 new COVID cases, 8 deaths
in New South Wales.
In New South Wales,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And they're kind of throwing up their hands, and the Premier has just said, oh, well, we're opening the borders. No matter what, we're opening everything in October 18th.
So she
And
said, did he? Miss Berejiklian announced the 11 a.m. press conferences won't be held in future except for special announcements.
No, she doesn't want to answer any questions
No.
anymore.
No,
It's
it's
a
so
shit
much of a
show.
shit show now that she
Um,
doesn't want to answer questions.
Which
That's
is
the
a
premier.
shame. And We
It may
don't
be-
want to blame people and so on, but I have to say,
Oh no, there's 450 new virus cases in Victoria. Anyway,
well, yeah, they're spreading across from the border.
Yeah.
People
has
cross
she not
from.
shut down the borders, Didi?
Well, they're doing their best. People sneak across.
Right.
People are
Yeah.
idiots.
Yeah.
People don't give a shit.
Yeah. Anyway.
And that's what's really disgusting.
Anyway, it's kind of a bit nuts now.
You had that demonstration on the Queensland border where you
Yeah.
had some guy on a white horse trying to whip people up to cross the border.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
what? Let's spread COVID everywhere. The Premier of Western Australia, which is a fairly isolated state and so doesn't have much COVID at all and has been very good,
Yeah.
has said, you know, he thinks that the Premier, the Prime Minister, the head of the country, would like to see COVID spread in WA.
Yeah.
He said that publicly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And thankfully the Premier in our state in Tasmania.
What is this, Didi? Look at this. A total
What's that?
in 2014, children under the age of 17, more children.
A total of 214 children
200
under the age of 17 have
No, no.
died from the virus.
Oh, a total of 2,014 children
2014.
under the age of 17,
17.
have died from the virus, while a total of 261
That's
have
in
been
Chicago.
in Chicago have been shot dead in the Liberal City this year. This is
261 shot dead.
Somebody can't
Yeah.
spell according.
That's Chicago.
Whoops. People don't even spell check anymore
Oh,
in
yeah.
these articles, do they?
No.
I mean, children being shot in Chicago, that's, holy
Well,
crap.
that's also inconsistent. Look at that. A
Yeah.
total of 261 have been shot dead.
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
Of those who were shot, 41 were killed.
All right.
I thought 261 were shot dead.
2000
Only 41 of those were killed.
2014. Yeah, children. Oh, have died from the virus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah.
I mean, the virus is impacting young people
Wow.
and healthy people. I mean, some of the they've done some very good educational things here,
Yeah.
but what concerns me is in Western Sydney, which is where a lot of the spreading of disease
Yeah.
has occurred, partly because culturally those areas are areas of high ethnic minority and poor people. And poor
Yeah.
people tend to live in more crowded situations anyway.
Yeah.
And a lot of Muslim people, social interaction is important. This is one of the differences between Israel, for instance, and Iceland.
Uh-huh.
In Israel, people have mentioned, you know, in Israel, look, there's people who are getting COVID, breakthrough cases.
Yeah.
Part of that is because they've been partying and carrying on and
Yeah.
really close to each other.
Yeah, yeah.
People in Iceland who've been also fully vaccinated aren't experiencing the same thing
Yeah.
to anywhere near that extent.
Yeah.
And somebody sort of asked somebody from Iceland, one of the politicians, why. They said, well, I think in Iceland we're not that into having parties and stuff.
Right.
It's a bit more that Scandinavian, you know, reserve thing.
That's funny.
And it's probably true.
Yeah.
But, you know, like in the Muslim communities around Lidcombe and that kind of thing, in Western Sydney, that's one of the areas COVID's been spreading.
Yeah.
But people have been spreading misinformation in Arabic and other Arabic countries, other Arabic languages, and in Vietnamese and Chinese, because we have large Vietnamese and Chinese minorities living there also
Yeah.
in those areas. Deliberate misinformation,
Yeah.
you know, saying, you know, you shouldn't get vaccinated. And they've had to
Really?
do.
Who's
Yes.
who's been putting that out?
Well, that's a real question. I actually think it's
Wow.
white nationalists and stuff like that.
Oh wow.
I actually think it's a bit of a plot
Oh wow.
to see those people die
Oh god, that's so
and
disgusting.
get sick. Yeah.
Oh wow. That see, See, now why isn't that those people who did that sort of tracked down? Because that's just disgusting. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The state
Oh,
government
wow.
has Department of Health has been fairly good about sending people in and getting people from those communities to give accurate information and urge people, to go and get vaccines.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of really healthy people. I was blown away by that ABC thing. Maybe I should even play that. Do you think
What's that, Diddy?
There's a little ABC thing about people from the western suburbs young people, healthy people,
Yes.
who've gotten COVID
Western
very
suburbs
badly.
of Sydney.
In Sydney, yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. If
Okay,
you
it'll
want to.
take me a minute to set this up, but
Ah, okay.
let's see. You might want to look at the comments and respond, Tricia.
No, I don't want to.
No, Tricia's
and you can't.
off on her own thing today.
And you can't make me.
Yeah, I can't make it.
Come over here and say that.
Yeah.
Hello, user space. Are you having your own chat or what? Yes, we are. We're having our own public chat. What did you say that for, Dawn? You said got that right, Didi. What was that about? Moon River, do 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 do. How did you come across this user space? Oh, when see, when did he call the anti-vaxxers idiots? Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Lucy Morgan. I'm a lung specialist working as part of the extraordinary team looking after patients.
You really
hopefully.
have to wonder, people, are we going to get
Hopefully
through this?
Being a lung specialist
Okay.
Is the sound coming on for this?
Hang on, let me see.
We're all very tired.
You might want to.
But we're really well trained, we're well prepared, and we're looking after each other.
You might want to go back to the beginning,
One of the
Didi.
things that's
No, it's all
been
right.
really
No, please
extraordinary
go
I
back.
actually want to see the later part of it.
Oh, okay,
patients is
yeah.
hearing
And turn
some
it
of
up,
their
Didi, could you
experiences
please?
And hearing the stories of their lives. And some of the stories that I heard in my most recent
Okay.
weekend in
Turn
the
it up,
wards
Didi.
were really heartbreaking. One of the things that really struck me was how many of my patients were really young. They're in their 20s, they're in their 30s, they're in their 40s. Many have very small children. Many had partners who were also in hospital. All of them had extended family who'd been affected in so many ways by this
Didi.
virus.
Yeah.
And many of them had stories of misinformation that they'd received.
Yeah, I'm trying.
prior to
I'm trying.
falling ill.
Okay.
Several of them were really keen to share their experiences of being sick in hospital with COVID and really wanted those experiences to be shared more widely. So if ever there was a reason for you to think about getting vaccinated today, please, I'd urge you to listen to Ramona, listen to Fawaz, and listen to Osama, because this is their story. Okay, we're rolling.
It's not loud enough.
I was admitted to the hospital the last 3 days. I booked in my vaccine for the 23rd of October,
Okay.
and I was very careful of where I went and what I did. And I don't know how I caught
I'm not
this
sure I can.
virus, and I'm not doing too well at the moment. I did well yesterday, but today I went really bad.
I don't know if people can hear it.
My fever, the headache,
Can people hear
my
this?
breathing.
think it's very important to realize how real this is, and shouldn't have to take us to feel or suffer the virus to realize how real it is.
Yeah, you'd had one dose of your vaccine.
I've had one and I'm a few days short away from my second, but unfortunately I contracted the virus in between the 2 doses of the vaccinations.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hang on a sec. I'm just responding to somebody. Hi, Ginny. Anyway, and that this little image in the is Aoife, one of our little cats. Look, don't worry about it, Dee Dee. Just tell us what was in that video.
Okay, well look, there was that young man.
Do you want to go back to No Man's Sky? And I think I'm going.
Okay, there was that Middle Eastern ancestry guy. He's, I think he's second generation. He's speaking completely ordinary Australian, who's a construction worker. He's a big, strong guy, and he's been devastated. He's gotten out of ICU, but he can still hardly move.
Yeah.
He's been in ICU for a week or more. His wife is still in ICU. Both of his kids are in hospital.
Uh-huh.
And he was just talking about how horrible he feels, how much pain and misery he's in,
Right.
and the fact that his wife is still in ICU,
Yeah.
and his kids are in hospital. And then there was that young woman. I'm trying to remember what her story was. Basically, it was like 3 young ethnic people,
Uh-huh.
and the stories of their families and themselves, and they've all gotten extremely ill with COVID. Yeah, and it was just a really nice short advert from the ABC.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little thing that talked about that, but it was very effective. I found it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Are they going to recover okay, those 2?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean, they're all really ill in hospital
Yeah, yeah,
at that time.
yeah.
They
Hopefully. They
agreed
look
to
like
make
they
that.
probably will.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Australian medicine is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, people who believe they're crisis actors. I mean, Jesus, God in heaven. Those are the people who believe that everybody in a mass shooting is a crisis actor. I'm sure they believe everybody in ICUs in the U.S. is a crisis actor, and all of those people who died in Italy are crisis. I mean, how many freaking crisis actors do you think there are? Where's the ads for 10,000 crisis actors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to get paid to be a crisis actor.
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
go
I'd
around
love
and
to be
doing
a
all
crisis
sorts of
actor.
things.
Like, I'd love to pretend to be shot.
Hey?
Yeah. And it's just crazy.
Hi, John. How are you? You must be, I wonder what side of the country are you on, John? I might have written that down. I'll have to have a look.
I mean,
God,
I
I've
don't.
got an earworm happening now. I've got this Elton John song going around in my head. I don't know why. I must have listened to it accidentally. You know,
I'm.
I want to break out
Yeah.
in song every so often. Sorry.
Oh no. I'm not sure why people want to believe all this nonsense. I mean, I really don't. It's like vaccines are not a new thing. Most of these people have probably had multiple vaccines.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, I know.
and it's like, what? People were all fine with wearing masks mostly
Yeah,
when COVID started because they were seeing people horror story pictures of hospitals in New York. But at this point, they don't care about themselves anymore or anybody
Yeah.
else. I don't know.
yeah.
I'm going to go somewhere else.
Anyway, somebody was just in the chat trying to do some sort of missionary thing. I think wanted to
Oh,
talk
no.
about their God and was getting quite annoyed that I wasn't interested in talking about personal gods. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Imagine if I just dropped in on a random live stream somewhere like that person did,
Yeah.
and insisted on talking about a particular religion. You know, just
Yeah.
like it wasn't even on topic or anything,
Yeah.
but just not you know, what do you think? You know, it's sort of like getting really upset if you're not wanting to. Like, yes, it's responsible.
What
God
do
is
you think about
responsible.
Hecate?
God,
The worship of Hecate is important.
God is responsible for the whole universe. You don't think that that's a relevant thing to talk about? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just deciding for everybody what everybody's belief system is or not belief, their non-beliefs. You know what I mean? Theist
Yeah.
or you know, whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's just astounding. I bet you I could guess where that person's from. I bet you, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really happy if people, you know, have a religion and whatever that may be, and
Yeah.
they
If it
find
makes them feel better, that's great.
and they find solace in that, and I respect people that have that. That's great. Some of the nicest people in the world I've met are Muslims. They're just amazing, you know.
Yeah.
And I find that it's a real living religion, and there's just such kindness from Muslims, you know. The kindest people to me
Yeah,
in
for a lot of
a
people,
religious
yeah.
group have been Muslims. They've been really amazing.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm very happy that people are into various religions, but it becomes a problem when they're. I'm not talking about Muslims now. It becomes a problem when any person from any religion is sort of like trying to dictate to everybody what they happen to believe in, and
Yeah.
that people need to need to believe in it too and should believe in it, and if you don't believe in it, then you're some sort of heretic or heathen or something, and you're going to go to hell or whatever the hell, whatever it is. It's just sad,
Yeah. Yeah.
And they give people the millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people in these religions give a lot of them a bad name, a small few bad apples like Christian fascists and people that are Wahhabis.
Christian fascists, yes.
Wahhabis
They're definitely
that have
bad apples.
distorted Islam. Most Muslims don't even believe in, don't subscribe to that full-on Wahhabist thing that's in Saudi Arabia, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And they give, it's just really
Most
sad.
Sunni people don't believe in that.
Pardon?
Most Sunni people don't support that.
Yeah, so it's just really unfortunate. Anyway, so I suppose they'll probably go to another live stream and see if they can harass people. I mean, it's a bit like, what it reminds me of? We get these occasional random market research calls here, and you can kind of literally tell them, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in that, and they just keep talking. They don't care if you're not interested or you're interested. Hey, Didi.
No.
They just keep talking, and then if you sort of kind of insist, look, I'm not interested, they hang up on you. They don't even say, oh, well, thanks for your time or anything, and just hang up on you.
Yeah.
And it's the sort of same thing. It's like, when people are getting into that missionary sort of thing, and then when you don't want to engage with it, then they start to get really rude. I mean, how is that going to help people come to that?
Yeah.
At least there was who was the people that used to come around to the door occasionally?
the Seventh-day Adventists?
Yeah, the lighthouse keepers or whatever. They have that little thing. Well,
what's
they
the one
actually
that's
were
the
very
Kingdom
polite,
of
except
God?
that they used to keep coming around. Like, they were actually quite polite, weren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
But unfortunately...
the Mormons used to come around. The Seventh-day Adventists, I think, used to come around. And what's Jehovah's Witnesses?
That's right. Which one was it then? Was it
I
the
don't
Jehovah's
remember.
Witnesses? I don't know.
It's the one,
Was it the Mormons?
the
Who
one-
has the
the
Lighthouse?
Kingdom people.
Did he? Who has the Lighthouse newsletter?
I don't remember.
Witnesses, yeah. They were really, really polite. And
Thank heavens for small mercies. They weren't rude as well
but
as
see,
coming
that's
and interrupting
the
you.
way. If you're going to bother people, at least be polite about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then people don't go, oh God, they were awful. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ali's trying to play with Aoife. Is she trying to play with you? Hey, Omar. Is that how your last name? It's Omar Rana. Is that right? Your last name is Rana. Is that how you pronounce it? Anyway, it's good to see you.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's starting to get dark in Tasmania. It's 5:20 on Saturday afternoon. Hey, Evie. I think he might be hungry, Didi.
Goodness.
Good to see you too.
Poor little one.
So we probably mentioned this before, but we go down to the local tip and they have a shop there and they sell things quite cheaply there. I mean, I think they just pull things out of their hat, pull prices out of their hat, don't they, Didi?
Yeah, yeah.
And we got this really good rug because we haven't got proper flooring yet for our house. So we have like a cement floor at the moment. and we are going to change that soon. But so at the present time, we just kind of have rugs on the floor. So, and they're all rugs from the tip shop. They're actually fine. There's nothing, they're not kind of pulled out of the tip literally. People just donate them or drop them off at the tip shop.
If they've got good stuff, they take it to the tip shop.
That's right.
Yeah,
and
we've
so
done
we
that.
we've actually gotten some really nice rugs from there, haven't we, Dee Dee?
Yeah,
Now, why did I bring that up? I can't remember.
because the babies were
yeah, they
rolling
love
around.
every
cats
time
were
we get a
rolling
new
around on
rug,
them,
they get
that's
really
why.
excited about it.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Wow, it's 3:20 a.m. in Tampa, Florida.
Hi, Herb.
What are you doing up so late, Herb? Cold, cold heart done by you. So does anybody know how Spotify works as like paying artists for their, playing their songs and stuff? Does anybody
do they
know how
actually
that
get
works?
money? I hope so.
I know they get some. They must get some sort of royalties, but how do they compare to how they might, the royalties they might get if they're played on a radio, sort of on a like a mainstream sort of a radio thing, or if people bought their, their CDs or whatever in physical form. Like, I'm just wondering, is it sort of a bit
Is
like
it a good deal, or is it really exploitative?
Yeah, is it really exploitative, I wonder? We were just, what were we, basically we started talking about, what did we start talking about in the beginning? Well, we had a bit of
we've had a big rant about COVID.
A post-mortem about the anti-vaxxing thing and all of that, and then that was sort of went on for a little while, and then what did we come up with next?
Well, the
I
cats.
think that's it, just sort of drifted into different things, and now we're somebody was trying to do some missionary stuff, I think, on the chat, or shame me for not having a personal God, and I had to put them in a timeout.
Timeout for you and your personal God.
And we've been chatting with people in the chat, and on the Status Quo members chat today. Someone was going on and on, was talking to Jordan and Jen about vaccines and stuff. They were anti-vaxxers, and it was kind of exhausting because it went on for about 45 minutes.
And of course, we get obsessed with vaccines, just like everybody else.
It just gets really tiring. I'm just kind of, I'm constantly amazed that this is actually happening. It's like, I can't believe this sort of thing is happening, like that people are doing this kind of behavior. It's just, I find this just jaw-dropping. And I think it's uniquely, to some extent, it's uniquely American in a way, isn't it, at the moment, Dee Dee?
Yeah,
like,
well, so many of these conspiracy things seem very US-centric.
Yeah, US-centric. They tend to sort of start in the US, and then there'll be other kind of people will latch onto it, like in the UK, and there's a few in Australia and stuff. But a lot of it I see
Anglo countries.
A lot on social media seems to be US-centric, doesn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Thank goodness there's a lot more people in Australia that don't have that position. They've actually been very cooperative, and that doesn't mean they're quote unquote sheeple, like some people seem to think. If you want, if you go along with something, even if you mistrust a government, but you go along with something, it doesn't mean you're just mindless and don't
it's
have
like if you don't object to everything, then you're a sheeple. I mean, that's just stupid.
Yeah, and I don't like that word sheeple. Sheep are actually quite intelligent, really. And as a vegan, I take exception to that kind of thing. But anyway, it doesn't matter if they're intelligent in a human way or not. It's irrelevant.
It is.
Anyway, so Omar said apparently Spotify is very secretive about how they pay their artists, and they have different payment schemes. I see. I remember that I think it was Stevie Nicks and actually sued Spotify for I don't know $100 million or something huge, I think, because they were using her music and she didn't have any sort of agreement. I don't know what it was, but Was it No, it wasn't Taylor Swift. Anyway, I'm not sure. I just remember there's been some problems with Spotify in relation to that kind of thing. Oh, yeah. People have lost their minds. Yep. I agree with that.
Yes, they have.
So Omar said, yeah, I saw the first part of that chat. I don't understand how people can be anti-vax and anti-mask. It's insanity to me. Yep. Omar said, Jordan had a great quote, your freedom ends at the tip of my nose, end quote. Person's freedom does not give him the right to harm your health. Yeah. Well, it's also something that I say too about using animals. Like, it ceases to be a quote-unquote personal choice. A lot of people like to see, well, it's my personal choice to kind of, eat animal products. And I say it ceases to be a personal choice when there's 1 to 3 trillion land and aquatic animals tortured and killed every year. It's not really, you know what I mean? Because that's killing of sentient beings, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yes.
So yeah, that's right. It ceases to be a personal choice when
you're harming others.
You're spreading death around the place intentionally because you can't be bothered wearing a mask or social distancing or washing your hands or taking or having a vaccine. It's sort of
it's perverse. It's kind of a perverse. I'm not going to do it. Like I keep using that little thing of you're not the boss of me. Like it really comes down to almost that level of childishness. Just stupidity. And stubbornness.
Yeah, and Dawn says it was crazy. It was crazy. I'm tired of trolls attacking Dan, acting like they're entitled to know her treatment. Yeah. Why are they attacking her? I mean, it's weird. It's weird. I don't understand why they're attacking her.
Who?
There's some trolls attacking Jen. About her long haul COVID stuff.
Just because they can, because
they
she's a woman.
They probably think she's some sort of plant or a crisis actor.
No, because she's a woman.
She's a crisis actor.
She's a woman. That's enough.
Oh, Dawn says, I've been told I should stay at home and live in fear. Like, what the F? I have doctor's appointments I need to go to. Yep. Yes, just stay home and have no life and live like a hermit until you die because freedom, we want to have our freedom. We want to go out and spread COVID everywhere.
We don't care about you.
Who cares about the children dying or the immunosuppressed or the old people and so forth? I want to go to my football game. I want to go to my favorite restaurant and sit inside, not outside. Yada yada. Yeah. Yeah, she's such a sweet person. Yeah. Yeah, the big pharma, they do experiment on people without their knowledge and have done in the past, and they were doing it in India just only about 3 or 4 years ago with the Gardasil vaccines, and some children died. I mean, they use the global south like they test on animals, non-human animals, and that's where that whole connection is. If we do what we do to non-human animals, we're going to do that to people, and that's exactly what happens. Isn't it true, Dee Dee?
Yeah, it is.
Connection.
It's exactly right.
When you otherize a group,
it's the same mindset.
Yeah, same mindset. When you otherize a group based on an irrelevant criterion, in the case of animals, it's species. Then, and in the case, or you otherize people based on their race or whatever, you can do anything to them.
Yeah.
Look at the sun. Look at the sun on Nandi's fur. You can see Nandi's a black cat, but you can see the auburn in his fur. We thought he was pretty black, didn't we, Dee Dee?
Yeah, he is very black, but yes, he's not pure black.
Can you see what Efi's doing down there, Dee Dee, from where you are? I thought he was playing with something.
I don't know. I'm going to need to go shut the door, I think.
That's a good idea. Yeah. But then there's a big pharma, aren't they one of the biggest donors to Congress, even more so than the oil industry? So why would anybody care what big pharma does in other people's backyards, as long as they get their donations, their lobbying money?
Sorry, I was doing catty business and Trish just walked away. The biggest donors to U.S. News Network. Yeah. Big Pharma is evil. I told my little stories about them earlier in the thing. A few of them. But, they're capitalist. And like any capitalists, they're really only interested in increasing their capital.
There you go, Dee.
By any means whatsoever.
I'm back.
Okay. You want to
you-
talk
did
for
you
a bit
wanna-
and I'll finish doing the
Yeah.
cats?
Hey, Nandi. There you go. Let's see. Omar said some people are idiots. If I was there, I'd punch that guy in the mouth. Oh no. What guy was that? So Dawn says, I've been coughed on twice. It was deliberate. I'm no longer taking chances. Wow, that's really bad. Dawn said she was coughed on twice. That's disgusting, isn't it? I mean, even if COVID wasn't around, coughing on people.
Yeah.
That's just.
I mean, it's ridiculous and it's disgusting. And
Yeah.
Maya's talked about the fact that there's people there who get really aggro if they see somebody in a mask, and that there are apparently cafes in Northern California where she lives, where they will not allow anyone in if they wear a mask or know that they've been vaccinated. And I mean, they talk about choice, but it's a really aggressive thing. I mean, I've seen various people carry on about New Zealand, or Australia. How dare they try to lock down? It's like, why don't they just have COVID everywhere too? And it's just disgusting. Yes, knowingly. Yeah, some people are not just morons. They're actively, aggressively bad. Yeah, they're actively, aggressively trying to interfere with people, harm people. Yeah. And I can't help but think that there's a little of that in all of this vaccine denial.
What is that?
That people aren't just, morons or stupid. That they're actively, aggressively, out to harm others.
Yeah, maybe.
It's
It's also, you know what it is too?
yeah.
Hang on, I'll tell you. What I reckon
indeed.
it is too, Dee Dee.
Dawn says if spreading HIV intentionally is a felony, why isn't spreading COVID treated as a crime?
What I reckon is that the whole mask thing. Often people that are more sort of leftist
Yeah.
kind of tend to wear masks, and so it's become a bit of a almost a culture wars right left thing where if
Yeah.
alt-righters see, or sorry, not alt-righters, right-wingers see people wearing masks, they just assume they must be kind of left-leaning, and so it's partly that hatred of the left. There's that. Not everybody, of course, that wears masks.
But there was
But you know what I'm saying?
that nurse who was assaulted had somebody come up and start screaming, anti-vaccine stuff in her face. She was working in a testing center, and they were screaming anti-vaccine stuff in her face, and then pulled off her full face mask and shoved their phone in there, and she threw it on the ground, and then he punched her.
Yeah.
And his excuse is he didn't know it was just a testing center. He thought it was a vaccine hub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, John was saying how the former FDA commissioners, Margaret Hamburg's husband, Peter Brown, owned and managed billions of dollars in pharma stock. His net worth skyrocketed upon her entrance into the FDA. Well, yeah, constantly in government in the US, it's constantly like it's just a kleptocracy. So that's not surprising. And the problem with all that, yes, the government is corrupt. Yes, there's a lot of people on the take. Nancy Pelosi is one of them. There's all sorts of people all through the government that are problematic, and they're all taking lobbyist money. The problem I've found with people who tend to be anti-vaccine is that they conflate the government being corrupt and big pharma being corrupt with the vaccines. You shouldn't take them, even though they'll take other medications by big pharma. And they've taken vaccines. They've probably taken vaccines in the past, but suddenly, all of a sudden, everything is so corrupt that you cannot take the vaccine, even though the vaccine is proven to keep people out of ICU. Most people that are in ICU are unvaxxed people. So, that's the problem I see. You can have all that, and I did a recent video just yesterday about this. You can have a lot of things happening at the same time, and they're all true. But it doesn't mean that that two or three of them cancel out, something else. One can separate those issues, and sort of. I know that the government is corrupt here, and I know that big pharma is corrupt. I know that as well. That they've got a lot of government's politicians in their pocket, but they've produced a product which works. Obviously, there's evidence it works, but that. And so those two things are separate. Big pharma is corrupt and it's giving a lot of money to politicians, and it gets to just go around the world testing on the global south. And at the same time, the vaccine appears to work, and so they produced a product that works. And also, yes, they're using. They're probably hoping that people won't wear masks and won't take the vaccine, and that there'll be more and more variants. So they'll have a constant money train going into the future of boosters. Hey, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
So there's all those things can be the same at the same time, but for some reason, some people can't seem to separate, or they go to the most extreme conspiracy. Like there's a great big cabal that is using it. Well,
and there
they
are,
can't.
it's all genetic engineering to do what, turn people into robots or some shit. And there's utter
less,
garbage.
and there's it's like you'll never hear somebody that's an anti-vaxxer say, yes, you're right, that, actually, I had somebody say to me today, just said something that was completely non-factual when I suggested that vaccines keep people out of ICU. The majority of people in ICU are unvaxxed people. He said, no, that's not true. More people are vaxxed. More people are vaccinated that are in ICU. That's what this person said to me. And what can you do with that kind of, where people just put down
Any
complete
lie
falsehoods,
is just fine.
complete falsehoods that don't actually, because they don't want to admit anything. They just say stuff that's not true. And where can you go with that? So I just reach for the block button. I think that's bullshit. You're just putting out bullshit, and guess what? That bullshit is causing people to
die.
To die. It's not some insignificant thing. People putting out bullshit are causing death, and people who refuse to wear masks and refuse to socially distance and all that kind of stuff are causing death too. And that's the bottom line with that. And if people just allow it to become endemic in the world, there's 4.5 million people dead now. That herd immunity thing that people want, that like Max Blumenthal wants, didn't work for those 4.5 million, and they're not going to work for the many, many, many millions of immunosuppressed people in the world, or old people in the world. Look at what happened in Sweden. There were literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, thousands of people in old people's home that they let die. They left them there gasping for breath until they died. They wouldn't do anything for them, anything at all, in Sweden. That's the kind of shit show they have there. And you'll get people like Kim Iversen highlighting Sweden in the beginning and still putting out, she put out some bullshit on Primo Radical the other day saying, Asian people seem to be hesitant about taking the vaccine. And she knows that's bullshit, because Asian people, particularly like people in Vietnam, and I know this for a fact, desperately want vaccines, can't get them because the global north is such a shit show and won't allow patents to be released. It's 4 months later now and they still haven't released those patents so they can produce the vaccines. Vietnam is having to produce its own vaccine, and people are desperate for that. And, she's saying, they're hesitant to take them. Well, that's just a bald-faced lie. That's a fucking bald-faced lie, Dee Dee.
Yeah, a lot of them were using Sinovac and stuff like that, and then found it wasn't as effective against Delta. And that's why they've been looking for some alternatives. And China is actually working on an mRNA vaccine.
And John, Israel has had many breakthrough cases, exactly. And one of the reasons is they got vaccinated so early in the piece. They were the first country to have a high vaccination rate. That was back in March. And the vaccinations only last 6 months now, the coverage, because of all the variants that are coming out. And so that's what is happening to some extent in Israel. It doesn't mean that that the vaccines are useless. It just means they're not working on so well on the variants, and people can still put out, can't they, Didi, COVID through your breathing and all of that. Like, people shouldn't assume that they're not spreading COVID if they have had a vaccine. People should be wearing masks.
That's not true.
No, it's not true. There are a lot of things that have changed and change all the time. It's not like it's all set in stone from last year in March or February. It's all changing, and one of the reasons it keeps on changing is because there's a population that is completely vulnerable and naive to a new variant, a new strain, and and so they've got to then sort of change the thing to suit a new strain. And viruses mutate naturally, and then you've got a population like a great little testing ground for variants and stuff. Meaning variants can just they've got a whole population that they can pop up in. That's what happened in India. Yeah. Because they have a fascist government there.
The more people have COVID, the more variants you're going to get.
Okay, now I'm getting this feeling that John doesn't believe in vaccines. You can get the disease, you can pass the disease, you can be hospitalized and you can die with the disease after having, okay,
Nobody has said the disease makes you invulnerable.
No one ever said. I don't even. In the beginning, they might have said the vaccine will stop the disease. No, I don't
they
think
never said that. They
No.
always had an
Yeah.
efficacy.
Yeah, that's
They
right.
always had an
That's
efficacy.
true. They did. They have a percentage efficacy.
Yes.
And they still have that, John. But you know, if you're going to kind of try and press the point and try and make points why vaccines are useless, this is not the live stream for you. I'm sorry. I've had enough of that shit. It's sort of bullshit, because ultimately the fact is fact. This is a fact, okay? Most people in ICU are not are unvaxxed people. That is a fact. It's not some conspiracy between every ICU globally. That's a fact. And people who are against vaccines don't want to admit that, but that is a fact. Okay, so we can say all this other stuff, but that is something that is happening, and that should say something to people.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's bottom line. I mean, bottom line, people who are getting sick and hospitalized and in ICUs are overwhelmingly...
It's not an obsolete product, John. Did you just hear what I said?
Obsolete?
Yeah.
Since when?
Did you just hear
It's
what I
only
said?
just been bloody developed.
Yeah, exactly. Did you hear what I just said about ICU? What's obsolete about keeping most people that are there are not vaccinated? What does that say to you? Does it say it's obsolete? I don't think so. Jesus, God in heaven.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Jesus, God in heaven. What is the matter with people?
I don't know.
Seriously.
Seriously.
This isn't some conspiracy of every ICU on the planet. You know, it's fucking what's happening. And I've worked in ICU. We didn't get talking points about medications and what's happening in ICU. I worked in there for quite a few years. I know exactly what happens. They're going to have to develop booster shots, John, that are just like with the flu. You know how the flu has mutations every year, right? The flu has mutations every year, and therefore every year is a different vaccination. Who's complaining about the flu shots? Like, you know, that's how it is with that. And that's going to be the same with COVID. And why is that? Because we've got a whole bunch of people who refuse to do anything to slow it down. And we've had governments that are shit shows, right? That won't do anything because they want people to get it, because Big Pharma, they're in the pockets of Big Pharma, and Big Pharma is going to have a money train now ongoing. So everybody that's an anti-vaxxer has helped Big Pharma make more and more and more money, has helped government oppress more and more people, has helped knock off black people because they're 3 times more likely to get severe disease. You know, it's like the people that are pushing for everything to just let's go, right? Because I'm inconvenienced, I can't go to my favorite restaurant, and because the government is a shit show in the US, it's a failed state, and the government won't look after its people. People are going fucking, they're putting out all sorts of things because they want it to stop. I get that people want it to stop, but if it had been done properly in the first place, it wouldn't be like that. And it's not an obsolete product. So please don't put out bullshit like that. That's just false. Okay? And you'll have to, unfortunately now, because it's been a fucking shit show and mismanaged right from the beginning, now they're going to have boosters every fucking year that are different. So thanks very much for all the dickheads in the United States that did that.
If you don't want to get vaccinated, that's fine.
Yeah.
Don't interfere or spread rubbish
really.
about vaccines. I mean, it's criminal when you're out there trying to convince other people not to get vaccinated.
It's really missionary type stuff. It's not like people that don't want vaccines, they just keep it to themselves and say, I'm not going to have one. No, they go around to everywhere and putting out false bullshit to try and convince other people not to have it. If that isn't fucking criminal behavior when fucking black people and people in the global south are desperate for fucking vaccinations. And here we are, like white privileged, white supremacist dickheads over in the global north, trying to convince other people not to do something that other people in the global south can't have. If that isn't the fucking privilege the fucking height of fucking privilege. I don't know what is. Oh, fuck. That's enough. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yep. Yes. We're not supposed to be being screamy and shouty on this live
No,
streams.
no, it's just I
not
don't
fun.
feel like listening to that anymore.
Yeah, it's not fun.
No, I don't feel like listening to him anymore. I'm sorry.
No. I'm not saying anything
You know,
bad
we
about
don't.
you.
I have had enough of it today to last me the rest of the week at least.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I've had enough of it day after day, really.
I mean, it's really evangelical stuff.
Yeah.
People going around, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Trying to spread rubbish and
Yeah.
garbage to try and convince people not to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
I mean, what utter garbage.
And you know, like literally you're telling people it's keeping people out of ICU, right? And then they just continue ignoring that and putting out their bullshit. I mean, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that, Didi?
I don't
We're living
know.
in a fact-free fucking world.
Yeah.
I mean, now we're all fucking paying for it. The whole world now has to go on fucking paying for this. You know, we've got to fucking have booster shots every year now. Or fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, at least. Now, because of this. Because it's been handled so badly.
Yeah.
That means we're all reliant on that. Aren't we, Didi?
Yeah.
Now we're all fucking reliant on that. And you know exactly what being reliant on medications is, you know, Dawn, with insulin and stuff. You know, you have to have that. Now we'll all have to have COVID until, if they ever found some sort of a cure for it, which is unlikely. It's amazing. People are quite fine with millions of people dying. You know, millions of people are dying.
Really
They're just fine with that. What does that fucking say? That
Yeah.
people have no fucking empathy. They've
Yeah.
lost their humanity. That they're quite fine with every fucking millions of people dying, people being prisoners in their own home, old people dying in in fucking nursing care, age facilities and stuff. That's just fine.
Yeah.
Let's try and convince everybody not to have a vaccine so we can have mass death and then we can go on with our lives. And yet I can guarantee that people that push this thing, if they had their partner die or their child die or they got long haul COVID or whatever, they would change their tune immediately. It is because they are not personally affected, right?
Yeah.
It's because they're not personally affected that they're pushing this bullshit. So it's a fucking selfish thing, and it really, really, it just makes me
is. It's
really fucking
disgusting.
angry.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's because they're not personally affected.
Yeah.
They would change their tune for sure. Like some of those people in ICU, literally, some of them, of course, right until when they're trying to put an intubation tube down them, they're still insisting
Yeah.
that it's not what it is or whatever. But then there are other people that are the other way and are trying, literally, just before they put the tube down them and before they die, they're saying people should get vaccinated or whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, but that's the thing. It's like, I don't know what is wrong with people. I can't believe that we are the way we are. It's showing the worst side of human beings.
Yes.
This kind of thing. I would have thought that, you know how they have those fucking shows where aliens come down and everybody pulls together and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't even believe, you know what I mean? I think we've absolutely lost the idea of community.
Well, you know, the
Really?
thing is, those people, you know, like those shows, the people would believe that they're in those shows, being those wonderful people pulling together, when they're convincing people not to have anything.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the really tragic
Yeah, anti-vaxxers
side of
are
that.
the exact people that are prolonging their own suffering. They've been prolonging the lockdowns. People that refuse to wear masks have caused their own fucking problems and are blaming it on other people now. They're blaming their own stubbornness and arrogance now and what that has created on other people.
Yeah.
Suddenly people that want vaccines are the problem when they're the ones that have helped spread the fucking thing around and refuse to do anything about it. And that's what I mean. People have lost the idea of sense of community and doing things for the community, and it seems like and it's a capitalist thing. Capitalism has helped drive that. People have become so fucking selfish.
And it's like the whole lockdown thing. People, think, oh, lockdowns are terrible. Well, if you do lockdowns, like the reason everybody in New Zealand is actually quite happy to go along with the lockdowns is because they've experienced how the lockdowns actually will get rid of the COVID. You can get rid of COVID, and then you can go around without masks, have music festivals, and everything else.
Yeah.
You can have an ordinary life.
Yeah. We've had pretty much an ordinary life here, haven't we, Dee Dee? Now that in Tasmania, I keep saying, look at how in the beginning it wasn't good, right, in the first few weeks, and then they took it really seriously, locked things down.
That was because it was an unknown thing still.
Yeah. But after when people really saw what it was, and like we wrote, because everything was going crazy in Italy, and we wrote to some politicians in the Labor Party and said, please, can you please drop bring the borders up, and not allow people in Tasmania for a while.
And lot of doctors and medical people did the same.
Yeah, that's right. Lots of people, medical people, did the same thing. Please shut the borders. And we live
talking about how to do quarantines and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we live on an island, so that was easy. You can't really get people slipping through because it takes a boat trip overnight to get here,
or a plane trip.
So we were able to do that, and we haven't had to wear masks because they've had this incredibly strict kind of, if you come into the place, you have to do a quarantine for 2 weeks, and you know what I mean. They've had and they're really on it for that sort of thing. Like the government here the state government is really serious, aren't they, Dee?
Yeah, and they understand that it's going to make a big difference.
But people still do the socially distancing and all of that, but we don't have COVID here, and we've got these incredibly strict things. We live on an island. They don't allow anybody from Australia that's in any sort of hotspots. Now I realise that someone could slip through. Someone almost slipped through about 3 weeks ago, didn't they? 4 weeks ago, Dee Dee?
Yeah. That was because they were an idiot.
Yeah.
Who came from the Sydney hotspot and just thought that they could completely ignore all the bloody, rules and fly over here. And they flew first to Melbourne.
Yeah.
And then to here.
Yeah.
And all of the people, they were immediately put into quarantine.
Yeah.
They did have COVID.
Yeah.
But all of the people in the airport and all of the people at the on both airplanes had to go off in quarantine then.
Yeah.
Yeah. They incredibly inconvenienced a whole lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. And but we pretty
what?
much had a normal life, haven't we, since last March, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Of course we had to go to Queensland. Fortunately, Queensland had no cases, did they? When we went up there, we went up to.
No, they didn't have any cases.
My mother died in March, late March, and we had to go up there. And I didn't want to really have to go, but we had to.
Yeah.
And we did the whole mask thing, on the way up, and very careful social distancing. That was all social distancing at the airport, and everybody was wearing masks. And at the time, there really wasn't much COVID around, I think, in New South Wales or in Victoria. Was there, Didi?
No.
I think it was actually
No.
almost, I think it was zero even at the time. It was
Yeah.
just, we were just lucky that we got through. We didn't have to pass through, we didn't have to go via Sydney or Melbourne anyway. We went straight to Queensland.
Yeah.
So that we didn't have to go through any of that. But at the time they were okay. Now it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
With the Delta variant in New South Wales. So yeah, but it's been like pretty normal, hasn't it, Didi?
It has.
And meanwhile, people have been getting vaccinated here. People, like, you don't get any anti-vaxxer marches in New South Wales, do you, Didi?
Yes.
We haven't had any.
Yes, they have had.
Oh, have they? Oh,
They've
how many
had-
people turned up in
They
New
had
South?
that bloody
No,
demonstration.
I'm talking about. I meant
Oh, in
Tasmania. Sorry,
Tasmania? No.
I meant to say Tasmania. They
No.
haven't had any anti-vaxxer marches in Tasmania.
Yeah.
So people are coming out in droves to get vaccines, aren't they, Didi?
Yeah. Well,
So
I
that's
think
a relief, because when they eventually do, they're going to eventually open up. Unfortunately, that's what's going to happen. And so,
But the medical people here don't want them to open up until it's 95% vaccinated.
yeah.
And
Is it
that
90
would probably happen.
Is that
here.
95%, is it?
At 95%.
Oh, that's good.
That's what the chief medical people said.
Well, that would be great.
Yeah.
So that would be really great. If they stick to that plan, that would be great. And I really like that idea. And people are cooperative about that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Nobody feels like there's a fascist authoritarian system forcing them to do shit. Everybody is
I can't
trying
say
to cooperate.
nobody.
Well,
I mean,
you know
I'm
what
sure
I mean.
there's probably
Most
some,
people. Well, most people don't. You don't.
some
I've never
crazy
heard anybody
person.
say that the Tasmanian government is some sort of authoritarian government that's forcing me to do anything.
Yeah.
People are trying to do that because they can see the benefits
that they're going
of
to
a
benefit
vaccine.
from that.
And of course, there was hesitancy about AstraZeneca. We even had hesitancy about that because there were a few people that died as a result of thrombocytopenia. And we think it might have even been the case that when people got vaccinated, they hit a vein and they injected into that vein instead of just into the arm. It's possible that might have occurred,
Yeah.
but there was some deaths due to AstraZeneca. So Didi and I were really didn't like the idea
Also,
of AstraZeneca, but
I just think mRNAs are much better.
yeah, but we were fine about the mRNAs. Like I
Yeah.
was okay about that, you know?
Yeah.
Like as a choice, I looked at the choice and I thought, okay, I have the choice of a possible side effect from a vaccine.
Yeah.
And, you cannot say down the track what might, there could be something that could happen. You can't
Yeah.
rule that out entirely. But I think that they're fairly safe, or you have the choice of going to that I would probably I could end up in ICU or could end up with serious disease and possibly long haul COVID, and we all see what Jen Dias has to go through. It's a dreadful thing, and she's actually probably one of the better ones because some people have strokes, because it's it has clotting factors in it, and it
vascular problems.
vascular problems.
Affect
That's been
all
known.
kinds of organs.
Yeah, that's been known, and you can have renal failure. So Jen's probably one of the luckier ones where she hasn't had a stroke, she hasn't had renal failure. There's all sorts
there
of
was
shit.
a young woman, I think she was 26 or something, who ended up with one of those kind of
Yeah.
situations.
And you can hardly call Jen lucky. I mean, she's got terrible long haul COVID, but at least she didn't get fucking a stroke or kidney failure and stuff, which is it can clot, it can throw out clots anywhere in the body, anywhere. You can get pulmonary embolisms. You can have a stroke. You can have renal failure. There's a whole bunch of things you can have.
Yeah.
So, like, I looked at that choice, well, I can go with the vaccine, which actually, the fact is, it keeps people out of ICU, and I'll say that ad infinitum, or you can, you know what I mean? You can have a vaccine and maybe not go to ICU. Well, that
Yeah.
would be great.
Yeah.
I would not like to go to ICU because usually a lot of people that end up in ICU die. That's unfortunately how it seems to go, I think.
Yeah.
Well,
also,
it's not good.
You can get other diseases from being in a hospital,
Yeah.
and that's kind of a normal thing, or certainly a regular thing.
What's that?
Getting diseases as a result of being in hospital.
Oh, John. John said, the pharma deliberately produces drugs that damage the body to increase the demand for more drugs to remedy. Okay, John.
No,
how about
that's it. I think enough.
No, just wait a
enough
minute. Wait a minute.
nonsense.
Just wait a minute. Wait a minute, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
So, are you saying that all drugs that Big Pharma produces are to damage the body? Is that what you're saying?
So you don't use any medicine.
Yeah, you don't use any medicine, and you think that people who use insulin, that they're purposely getting people to use drugs that damage their body. That makes no sense at all. And yes, Big Pharma makes money, and you know what? I wonder if you're vegan. If you're not vegan, then you're playing into Big Pharma, because a lot of people that are not vegan, there's about 800,000 or 400,000 or something people a year die from related diseases to animal product consumption. So if you don't want to give Big Pharma money, and I am with you on that, then maybe become vegan. But it's much easier to just whinge and make up stuff that Big Pharma is out to damage your body and whatever. I mean, that's ridiculous. There are people that have diabetes that would be dead without insulin. It makes no sense.
The death rate of children. I mean, the main reason human lifespans.
I don't believe you're vegan. I'm sorry, John, I don't. Please don't pull that bullshit on me. I really hate it when people pretend they're vegan to make out as if, oh, I'm vegan, I already know about this and stuff. I don't believe that. Sorry. Not a fan of that kind of thing, of saying I'm vegan just to make it seem like you're already there and therefore, your argument is solid or something. God, I hate that when people do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Because you know they're not. You know they're not vegan.
Yeah.
It's just bullshit. That's just disingenuous BS.
It is.
Wow, he's really dedicated, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think it's time to say goodbye to John. I don't enjoy people who pretend to be vegan. I really don't. And you know what's fascinating about all of this? Here we are arguing, and the world is all sort of obsessed about COVID and stuff. And meanwhile, the planet we're all about to go extinct with the climate crisis.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
I find that interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't
that convenient for governments who don't want to do anything about the climate crisis to have everybody obsessing and arguing and fighting it out about COVID?
Yeah.
It's fascinating. And at this point, I don't even care if people think I'm some sort of a, slave to a system, or, sort of part of a big cabal, or part of I don't give a shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just too stupid. The whole thing is just too stupid and sad.
Yeah.
People are not making sense. They're saying all sorts of bullshit, and it's just ridiculous.
They don't
I feel
care
like,
what they say.
You know what I feel like? I'm caught in some sort of fucking far-right vortex that I can't get out of. It's like it's gone from QAnon, which was I didn't have to pay attention to, it was somewhere else on the internet, and now it's kind of swallowing everything up. It's like that. Do you know what I mean? You can't get away from it now.
Yeah. And what is it about the fact that all of this shit seems to come from the United States? I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be too negative about the U.S., but I really am at this point.
Yeah. The most missionary type people are, unfortunately, seem to be from the United States, sadly. That's I don't know, and I feel like people have switched from QAnoners. They've lost their purpose now, right? And now they're switching to this, right? And then when Donald Trump comes back in 2024, which is likely, when he wins and becomes president again, then they'll switch back to QAnon or something else that is like QAnon to go with Donald Trump. It's like they've lost their way in between. I'm not saying everybody is a QAnoner that is an anti-vaxxer person, but I really think it's like there's a bunch of people that have lost their purpose, and now they're going with this purpose. This is another purpose which is anti-government and all of that. You know, I'm waiting for someone to bring in something about pedophiles into it. Do you know what I mean? Like any moment now someone's going to introduce pedophilia into the whole discussion just to keep it, to keep it spicy like it was with QAnon, that kind of thing.
Are we losing all our what was Omar saying? I watched it. It was a well-deserved roast of pasta.
And I'm sorry if I seem to have no no tolerance for that kind of thing anymore, but I really don't. I've just had enough of it. So I'm sorry if I seem really a bit sort of fascistic when I go, block or time out. There's just more important things going on in the world, and this is what people are focusing their attention on.
But it's also the fact that if people behave so badly in relation to COVID, how are they ever going to pull together in relation to climate change?
Oh, exactly. But this is, isn't this just perfect? This is what I was saying though, Dee, about, I really think that this is, like I said, when cats are inside and something is outside that is bothering them, they'll start to get antsy with one another. And I really feel like this is some sort of weird psychological response to a broken system there, a failed state, but also to the fact that people on a very subconscious level now know that it's probably unlikely that we're going to make it through this century, right? That we're possibly going to go extinct, and I think they're turning to these to obsess about things that aren't really important, but it's a pushback against authority, but it's all related to this subconscious fear that we're all going to go extinct. I really think that's part of it. Do you know what I mean? It's part of the breakdown. It's like, I don't know what it was like at the very end of the Roman Empire, but this sort of feels like, where everything just goes to pot and people start behaving
goes completely to
really
shit.
badly. Well, this is sort of a bit like that. Anyway, I mean, Dawn, like, it's like, how stupid to say that basically everything that Big Pharma produces is to harm people. I mean, what a load, that's where it gets to sort of that, you've lost the plot. You've lost the plot when you start saying shit like that. Haven't you, Dee?
Yeah.
Because, of course they want don't want people to be healthy so they can keep pushing out pills and all this sort of stuff, right? Of course. But Goldman Sachs said that curing patients isn't a good business model. But it's like, but the thing is that there are a lot of things that, unfortunately, because a lot of the population on the planet are not healthy, they've got an unending stream of business. They want people to be sick so they can keep putting out stuff. There's that, but at the same time, they put out stuff that works. A lot of it works. And yes, a lot of it has side effects, and that's really unfortunate.
But
Excuse me, but at least it works.
but it works.
But to say that they're just, that's where it just gets ridiculous, and that's where a lot of those people are. They're saying shit. They're saying extreme shit, which doesn't help them. If you're thinking about this in a logical way, Didi,
Yeah.
that sort of argument doesn't help anything.
No. Well, that sort of argument is garbage.
And the thing is, I bet you the moment he got some sort of illness that required that he couldn't do anything about,
He'd
and he
use
had to
medicine.
take, he would be the first person to be reaching out to take that medicine. Do you know what I mean? I bet you.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, fake vegans like pasta, exactly, Dawn. Anyway. The problem is, Herb, Herb was saying trolls, the purpose of a troll is to get your goat, in quotes. Yeah, and that's right. The problem is, though, these trolls are actually changing the narrative for people and making people vaccine hesitant, and people are dying because of it. And so it's really dangerous trolling. It's like people trying to change the narrative about China and make everybody think that China is this great big evil yellow peril bullshit. So that, we can go and invade them or end up having, mutually assured destruction.
Yeah. And it's not like China is perfect. Nobody
No.
is saying that.
No.
But you completely lose any ability to be discriminating or think about stuff when you start doing that kind of thing.
Yeah. I actually, I remember when, Omar said, I heard Graham Elwood had an anti-pastor rant on his show. People unsubscribed. Did you or anyone else hear about that? No, I didn't hear about that. But yeah, you don't, like, it's not helpful when people pretend to be something. Just, I don't know why he did that. I was actually, at the time, I remember him saying he became vegan, and he was really, really into it, and I thought, oh, this is great. He sounds like he's really, really into it. This is before I realized the kind of show the Convo Couch was, when it went started going far right talking points. I didn't realize, but like Fiorella Isabel was great talking about anti-imperialist stuff. I thought she was excellent, and I was really excited about that. And then they started doing these weird, when the election stuff and all of that. Anyway, but yeah, so, and I was thinking, oh, these two, they're vegan, oh, that's great, and then he started, I don't know, eating animal products again, so that's too bad. So, anyway, what else is there here in the chat section? And Dawn says, I watched it, it was a well-deserved roast of pasta. I think Graham has the video unlisted. Okay. Yes, COVID is just a distraction, really. The climate crisis, this is Jenny, the climate crisis is far worse and a much greater ramifications. Yeah. When we run out of food, because agricultural systems are breaking down because of the climate crisis, which is already happening, or food becomes too expensive.
It doesn't run out, it just gets more expensive.
Yeah, but at some point there are things
and
part
of that, I have to say, is industry taking advantage.
Yeah, but it's also going to be a problem when climate is so unpredictable, but that there are things that they can't grow anymore because it requires a lot more of a consistent climate. Do you know what
Sure.
I mean? So anyway, Omar said some people made it seem like Graham lost his mind or something, but you are saying he had a valid point. He has valid points then. I hope he did, because I'm a fan of Graham. And Dawn says, Graham is fine. He's at the same point Trish is at. He's had enough. Yeah, normally I don't get. It's just that, like, on these live streams, I don't feel like dealing with people that are saying nonsense. I really like real and consistently. Do you know what I mean?
Insistently.
Insistently, yeah.
As
if you're nuts that you don't seem to grasp what they're saying. You know what I mean? Like,
or if they repeat it often enough that they can get you somehow.
Really. Yeah.
Yeah. If they say enough garbage. I don't know. I get really cranky with it.
Herb said it's called trolling. I think trolls are not sincere. They simply wish to disrupt conversations.
It's not trolling. Yeah.
or so
These
I've
are
heard.
people who are committed.
Yeah,
They're
that's true.
evangelical.
Yeah,
You know, they're pushing a
yeah,
point that they actually have some commitment to.
yeah.
Trolls are just
Yeah, they're just
assholes.
having fun at other people's
Yeah.
expense. Yeah. Oh, really? There's a subreddit dedicated to sending these trolls to streams like this. Yeah, I think I heard Didi talk about that once. Hey, Didi.
Yeah, there are of course. There are subreddits. There are, like 4chan channels and all that kind of stuff. There are certainly people who go out of their way to troll people. But not everything is trolling.
No, no. Yes, like we said just before to John Prester, if it was just a case of people thinking, I don't want to take the vaccine, and then they just left it at that, right? But this dedication to going evangelical, anti-vaccine, going around everywhere, like what happens in Status Quo's live streams, where you get these dedicated people that just go on and on and on, or like that guy today in the members call, on and on and on. And I feel like he thinks he's educating the people in that members call about this issue by bringing it up and being very polite about it and stuff like that. You know what I mean, Didi? What do you think
Yes.
about this? I'm not sure about this.
No, it's just water.
Yeah.
And it's not even very nice water.
Not really. I suppose if you're really
Trish
thirsty.
got a product.
I got this product which was it's just sparkling water with a hint of raspberry in it, but it's not very
And
nice.
it doesn't have much raspberry in it.
It's not very nice.
I'm not a fan of these water things.
I would have been okay
anyway.
with it if it had a little bit more of a hint of something.
Yeah, no,
You know?
I'm not a fan at all. And yuck.
Oh no, yuck. We've got like 10 little cans of it now.
Well, you'll have to eat them.
I'll have to drink them.
Yeah.
I suppose I could manage to
They're
drink it,
yours.
yeah. Oh. I know it's bad, but I feel like making some pancakes.
No. No. Too many recently.
Too many?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not interested in gaining weight.
Well, I think we need to do like a 24-hour fast or something, because I think I've got just a sort of a sugar addiction happening right now,
I think so.
and that's not good.
No.
But that doesn't mean that I may not cook a few pancakes later.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway,
I'd rather have something more interesting. I don't know what, but something.
something more interesting.
Yeah.
How could anything be more interesting than pancakes?
Um,
I'm just
many
kidding.
Things
What?
Many things as far as I'm concerned.
Anyway.
Okay.
Oh. Don't you feel like you're caught in some sort of far-right vortex, though, Dawn, where, it used to be in a sort of a section of the internet, and now it's kind of encompassing everything? That's what it feels like to me. People coming on and putting out full-on conspiracy theory stuff about something that should have been just a no-brainer right from the beginning, Didi.
Yes.
It should have been a no-brainer where people thought, oh, okay, we have a global pandemic right now. Let's do what we can to get it under control and
to
then,
not get this
and
thing.
then manage it. I mean, you would think that was a no-brainer, but apparently it isn't. Wouldn't you? You would
Yeah.
think that people would try and work together, and unfortunately, it's the West that's actually created this ongoing shit show now. Now we've got to live with this for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
As if we don't have enough fucking problems,
Yeah.
the climate crisis and stuff, and now we've got this. You just sort of wonder, like, what's next? And then meanwhile, there are fucking threatening countries left and right. This is the US empire. So we've got the climate emergency, we've got a global pandemic that there's no end in sight, and they're managing to find, they haven't missed a beat with threatening countries.
No.
They haven't missed a beat.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
been like a seamless thread through the Trump, through all administrations, the unelected government, ongoing, threatening war with various countries. It's just great.
It's really great.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I really hope if there was some nefarious beginning to this, pandemic, Didi.
What?
And I really hope that if there was some nefarious, CIA beginning to this pandemic because of China, right?
Yeah.
Because targeting China.
Yeah.
I really hope that then when this starts to settle down, there's not another fucking thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I really do.
Yeah.
Dawn says, we're in the anti-vax, anti-mask twilight zone.
Anti-vax, anti-mask.
Anti-vax, anti-mask twilight zone. Yep.
These are funny little guys swimming
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, the US Empire is as evil as ever, that's for sure. Omar. So it's dark now. It's just gotten dark.
It's gotten dark here. Yeah.
Well, Dee Dee, if you want to put those Gardein things on, we could have that since I can't cook anything from scratch right now.
Are
If you want
talking
to.
About?
Yes. The what ones? Or the other ones? What were they? The things, the sticks.
Hang on, I'm going to take people where they can see something interesting.
Yeah. What's that?
I'm dying. Excuse me.
Oh no. You have to put your put that person in a safe place. Oh no, did you die? Oh no, who's that? Who's that? No, who is that person, that little animal falling from this?
Swimming around. That's
Oh, okay.
swimming cows or whatever they are.
Yeah, I've heard of Guy McPherson, Herb. Yeah. We first heard Guy McPherson about 2013, and I looked into the various things, and he was right. The only problem is Guy McPherson kind of makes a bit of a career out of
Killed by somebody else. Jesus.
he's kind of, and he's really
Friendly planet.
he's really antagonistic towards vegans too, but he tends to he's sort of making what was Guy McPherson doing that was kind of a bit annoying?
Well,
He's making a career out of the
out of scaring people about.
yeah, and he's been doing it now for like the last 8 years and stuff at least.
I mean, yes, there are major
But
problems.
he was good with some things. He was good with some things, hey.
Yeah.
But I just stopped. It was just sort of like and the what is it called, that group that he used to belong to? No, there was a group. It was like love, all something love something. They were so hostile towards vegans, like they're all wringing their hands about the climate crisis, but heaven forbid you should mention the largest study to date or whatever. It's like it's inconvenient, and so they'd all kind of freak out and kind of just ban you, which just kind of, I'm sorry, when people are wringing their hands about the climate crisis and they don't want to do anything to mitigate anything, well, so anyway, yeah, I've heard about him. He was talking, and I didn't, and I at the time I found him kind of helpful, because even though it was really really hard information, I found him quite helpful. So yeah, I think, and he also keeps pushing the like. He kept back in 2013. He sort of said, I think he said the planet had 10 years, didn't he? Did he? Now but now he's pushed it. Yes, 5 years. That's right. It's 5 years. Now it's 2030 apparently. But yes, I agree that things are really dire. I don't believe in this whole it's going to be 2100 before. It's going to be like at least probably in the middle of the century it's going to be really bad.
My estimate is by 2050 we will have a major ecological crisis.
Yeah, like Didi says, by 2050 she thinks there will be a major ecological crisis.
A major ecological crisis. Now, that doesn't mean we all go extinct at that point.
No.
But it means we're going to be in deep shit, and probably a lot of people will die.
Yeah. And there could be.
And I think it will continue. I think we will reach the various tipping points.
Yeah. Because there's an exponential. There's tipping points and feedback loops happening all the time, and like for example, because the planet is warming, it's melting the East Siberian Arctic shelf, and underneath the East Siberian Arctic shelf there is a huge amount of methane, and even if 1% of that methane came up, it would shoot the planet's temperature up a few degrees and it would be all over, really. That's the sort of thing that's happening, which like the conservative organizations like IPCC don't mention. They don't mention these feedback loops that are really, really serious, and there's many, many, many of them. Like there's so many now, isn't it, Didi? Yes. And that yes, the Amazon. Like look at the Amazon. Due to animal agriculture, they're clear mostly animal agriculture and soy to feed animals in feedlots all around the world. They're clearing 5.2 acres of Amazon rainforest every minute to for animal agriculture. That's so that people can eat animal products and stuff, and also soy to feed animals in feedlots all over the world. Well, where is that? And that's something that, because we're not vegan, that's happening. And now the Amazon rainforest is emitting CO2. It's not absorbing CO2 anymore. This is the lungs of the planet. It's actually emitting CO2. And when we're not vegan, we're directly contributing to that. And I think people have heard me say ad infinitum, I'm going to read this anyway, just to make anybody who happens to watch this live stream later hate me more than they do already. Let me see. So 2 years ago there was a study published in the journal Science, created a huge data set based on almost 40,000 farms in 119 countries and covering 40 food products that represent 90% of all that is eaten. It assessed the full impacts of these foods from farm to fork on land use, climate change emissions, freshwater use, and water pollution, eutrophication, and air pollution acidification. Quote, a vegan diet that's a diet free of eggs, dairy, fish, meat, etc., is probably the single biggest way to reduce your impact on planet Earth, not just greenhouse gases, but global acidification, eutrophication, land use and water use, end quote, Dr. Joseph Poore at the University of Oxford in the UK said, who led the research. Quote, it is far bigger than cutting down on your flights or buying an electric car, end quote, he said, as these only cut greenhouse gas emissions. And then this is another startling fact here. The new research shows that without meat and dairy consumption, global farmland use could be reduced by more than 75%, an area equivalent to the US, China, European Union, and Australia combined, and still feed the world. Loss of wild areas to agriculture is the leading cause of the current mass extinction of wildlife. So I mean that's sort of, that's something that was discovered from that largest study to date. And every so often I put this out, and it just sort of like goes, I don't know, it just goes into this black hole. And I don't think that's insignificant at all. I mean, do you, Dee Dee?
No.
It's not remotely insignificant, and yet it just, and if anybody, if you ever get a chance to see, you've seen this, haven't you, Dee Dee, Seaspiracy?
Yeah. It's definitely worth a look.
Seaspiracy.org. That's a very good thing about what we're doing to the oceans. It's really shocking, isn't it, Dee Dee?
It is.
There's another one, Cowspiracy, and there's also this one, which is very interesting. You may even be able to find it online, these 3 documentaries. Seaspiracy, Cowspiracy, and What the Health film. And they're all sort of, I thought they were all really good. Anyway. Yeah, McPherson's channel is Nature Bats Last, yeah. Herb says too much wallowing in the finality, perhaps. Yeah, I don't mind, like, I just sort of found like he was having these, what do you call them when people, like a workshop or something, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was really anti-vegan, but he has these sort of workshops, and people were paying for it, and he was like traveling around the world, and I was thinking, really, do we need, like, if it's true, that everything is coming to an end in like 5 years or 10 years, as he said, right? Do you really need to have workshops about it?
And he was organizing people to go to Costa Rica.
Yeah,
to
Costa
the
Rica.
beautiful place, and
Yeah.
set up communities and all that kind of stuff. And well, that's a lovely idea.
Yeah.
It's like, if you can do that, then, you're not that worried.
No, not really.
I mean, honest to God, you're not that worried if you're happy to go off to Costa Rica.
Yeah. Anyway, he just was really, really anti-vegan, and he was just sort of like, I don't know, the workshops and getting people to pay. I mean, if you think that things are going to end in 5 or 10 years or whatever, why are you asking people for money? You know what I mean? Like, he was living off the grid and stuff like that at one point, wasn't he, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
But then somebody tried to smear him really badly and expose some private messages he had with somebody else, and it was like sexual in nature, and and sort of some role play stuff, which was probably would have been seen not taken kindly by people who are who are sort of a bit naive, maybe. Anyway, but they tried. Somebody was trying to smear him, and I think he got driven out of a group for a while, and then I don't know what's happened since, but who knows. Anyway, but what the information he was putting out in like in 2013, I thought was pretty helpful. Didn't you, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty helpful.
It was helpful, except it was too, scary.
Yes. Well, the whole in 5 years. Yes, I think it'll be like you say, it'll be a major, major, major problem in 2050.
Yeah.
There'll be all sorts of and it could even happen sooner because of all the feedback loops. Like, I mean, any time, like, there's the case that any time the East Siberian Arctic Shelf could put out this 50 gigaton burp, of methane, and that would raise the temperatures up really, really quickly. That could happen, couldn't it, Dee Dee?
Yes.
At any time.
And
so
it's likely to. I mean,
yeah.
The more heat we have,
And that's 1%.
the more likely that is to happen.
That's right. That's 1% of what's underneath the East Siberian Arctic Shelf. And so you don't, and like back then I remember reading that, in 2013, and there was a report came out from some excuse me, from somewhere else. I forget where that was, and I just remember thinking, that was really depressing. When I sort of read that, there was like I had 3 days where I was really, really depressed because I realized it was really, really, really going to be over. There was absolutely no chance that it wasn't going to be over, sort of thing. At some point, much, much sooner than 2100.
Yeah.
Much sooner than that. So that was really upsetting for me. And then I got used. Then I just sort of from then on, I kind of have gotten used to the idea that we better start living in the moment and being kind to one another, because really all we have now is, well, we've always only just had the moment anyway, haven't we? The present. Yeah. But we definitely. There's no point. I know this sounds terribly pessimistic, but I feel it's just being realistic. There's no point in us kind of thinking that we're all going to be around, that things are going to be, that somebody's going to come up with some fantastic miracle solution to this. I think that only happens in the movies. And I don't think there's going to be that plucky band of people that are going to save us. There's not going to be a spaceship going to come down and save us. It's unfortunately, I think we're just going to go out, not in a massive catastrophic thing. It's going to be a series of catastrophes that are going to end us. Don't you think, Didi?
Yeah.
And eventually, unfortunately, we're going to run out of food. Food is going to be impossible to grow for enough people, and there's going to be mass famines and all that kind of stuff. So that's all happy stuff.
There'll be famines. There'll be, just big droughts and floods and freezes. Sometimes it's like France had a bunch of very cold weather, and a lot of their food crop was lost.
Yeah.
And it is all the extreme variation that is happening.
Yeah. And I'd prefer to sort of know. It's like when you'd prefer to know. If you have cancer, I would, rather than being told. Just told lies, because then you can do something to sort of, to change your way of thinking and living, so that you can have like a more meaningful life.
Yeah.
There is something about this Clathrate gun. Now, I haven't read this. Is it raining outside? The Clathrate gun hypothesis. That's what I heard about in 2013.
Yeah.
But that's just one of many things. But anyway, one of many things that's going wrong. I wonder if I can find that study. You remember that study that we saw at that time that was really kind of...
There was a bunch of different things.
No, but remember that one where it was kind of really went extreme, like we were going to end up like Venus. Remember? Remember that one?
Yes,
but did he? But it actually had some good stuff in it, though.
Yeah.
It's not going to end up like Venus, but this is a happy thing. First, we're talking about the pandemic. Now we're talking about the end of. Look at Aoife trying to look, Didi. He's trying to get Nandi's attention. Nandi looked over his shoulder. Nandi's eating, so Aoife comes up and he starts sniffing Nandi because he wants Nandi to get out of the way so he can eat. And then Nandi looks over his shoulder like, what? Hey, Didi.
Yeah.
Oh, look at him. Yeah, I don't know where it is. That was a while ago. Who was that?
I don't know. It was one of the other people that he was involved with. Come on, get off.
Yeah, I don't know. I saved that particular study, but now I don't know where it is. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Come, little boy.
Um,
Come.
what did Ginny say? All that is happening now in some parts. I'm not sure what that one was related to, that comment. And Herb said, I watched a couple of his videos a few years ago. I'm not advocating McPherson's position, but he stimulates discussion, moving the time frame to within the average person's planning horizon. Yeah. He has a YouTube channel, and just recently was talking about the IPCC report, and you can imagine what he was saying there, Didi.
Yeah.
You know, because it just becomes, those IPCC reports just become kind of very feeble when you sort of know the extent of the mess that's happening. Hey, Didi, because they'll focus on things like the things are going to go underwater. That's the least of our problems, isn't it, Didi?
Yeah.
Just the least of problems. And 1.5 or whatever it was, what was that estimate they made? That is like so conservative,
Yes.
isn't it, Didi?
Yes.
Absolutely, so conservative. Anyway. So sometimes when I see all this, the fussing about, all the obsessions about sort of ridiculous, scienceless stuff, and, obsessions about trying to convince people not to have the vaccine, I just think, God, we really are in many ways. I mean, if this is an example of how things are, then it'll be merciful. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It'll be merciful when we finally go. The sad thing is that the global south is at the mercy of our systems, and they are going, and non-human animals have always been at the mercy of us, and this is their home too, and they are going to have their home destroyed, and are having their home destroyed every single day, and they're being murdered by the trillions every single year. And they're sentient beings, and it'll go, and it looks like, we don't even have time to have a completely vegan planet, even though it's taken off in the last 10 years and in the last 5 years in particular. But we don't even have time, I don't think, to have that. I think that people will be forced to become vegan, because I think at some point animal agriculture, there's so much drought, Didi. And there's going to be water wars. That's the new water is being traded now on on Wall Street. It's like the new oil. I think there's going to be such problems getting water that animal agriculture uses huge amounts of water. Like it takes 1,000 gallons of water to make 1 gallon of milk, and cows drink, and other animals use a lot of water. It's just not going to be, it's not sustainable. It was never sustainable. It's not sustainable now, particularly when you think about that study that I read out, right?
Yeah.
So people are going to be forced to stop using animal products at some point, aren't they?
Yes. Yes, they are.
I would prefer people became vegan because they recognize that animals are not things. They're not resources, that that they're sentient beings. But it's like, I think that people are just going to be forced to go vegan because of the consequences of animal agriculture and all of that.
Yeah.
Wow, we're getting a lot of rain now, aren't we? That's amazing, isn't it?
It's lovely.
It is lovely. The only problem is we want to get some double glazed windows in upstairs, because upstairs is just like a big birdhouse. We have swallows that come in spring. It's the biggest birdhouse in Tasmania because there are no windows. There's kind of Perspex-y type stuff keeping out wind and rain and stuff. But I mean, they can come in the front door. There's no door on it. So we're waiting for this guy to come around and put the windows in upstairs, but it rains every couple of days, and they have to have really dry weather to put it in. So basically, this is just dragging on and on and on, isn't it?
Yes.
And the next thing you know, there'll be swallows up there. Hey, Diddy.
Yes.
It's so funny. You see them fly in the door and then fly out,
Yeah.
and they've got their little babies in there. It's so funny.
Yes, it's hilarious.
It is. Oh, excuse me. When did we start this? Was it 4 o'clock, Didi, or was it like no? It was like 4:30, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Are there any Didi? Are there any games that are like underwater game? You know, like where somebody's just swimming around underwater and
Yeah, there is one.
not killing things. You know, not killing animals, but is there
I think
something?
It does kill animals.
Oh,
You know, everything kills something.
yeah, yeah,
They don't seem to be able to make a game that
Yeah.
doesn't involve killing.
yeah. It'd just be really nice if there was some game that was sort
I
of,
wonder if it's not death.
yeah. It'd be just nice if there was some game where you're, you know, but that, you know, that flight simulator thing, Diddy,
Yeah.
that's probably pretty good, hey?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that just see how clever you are at flying a plane or
Yeah,
something?
It's just landing and
Right.
going up and landing and taking off and landing. You know.
Evie,
Uh,
Evie, 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 you want to come here, sweetie? Evie, come here. Come on. Come sit on my lap. Come sit on my lap. Evie, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on now. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Come on. No. He says, no, I want to go around and see if I can find something to do. We'll have to do something about the leaves in the gutter. Hey, Didi.
yes.
Every spring we get really, really crazy winds, don't we, Didi?
We do.
Like we had
They're
some,
almost hurricane winds.
yeah, almost like a level. There was, I don't know if we got a level 2 type
I think we
cyclonic.
had 100k gusts of wind.
Yeah, and so It's funny. There's these 2 big trees out the front. They're like 100-year-old trees. You see them in the videos I do, and they'll drop a bunch of little tiny branches. And every time, like literally all year, I seem to be picking up little branches and putting them on a stack. You know, hey Diddy, constantly dropping sort of branch. Sometimes they'll drop a really big one, because they got that. That was one of the branches I hit my head on. Is sort of like about, I don't know, 6 inches or 7 inches diameter, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something like that,
Yeah.
or more. And they have really, really large branches. I know what I could do. I could make something that's just potato, because I just feel like having something that's...
I'm making stuff.
I know, but I also think I might make something on the side. And then tomorrow I might, after we go and see that thing we have to do, I might see if we can do some sort of a fast
Yeah.
to just
would be
get on track again.
I feel like I need that.
Yeah. I noticed that we've been doing this intermittent fasting until recently, and it was really like having really good effects on my like my blood pressure was really quite low. It was really good, actually. You know, it has really great health benefits.
Yeah.
But we've been a little bit slack lately. We were doing it sort of regularly, and then some stuff came up, and so we had to go to this and that, and it wasn't really fitting in with things, and so we'll have to get back onto that because that was really very good. Hi, Rooney. Hi, Rooney. Hi, Evie. Hi, Evie.
Uh-huh.
Eeps.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Evie. So what you doing, Dee?
What?
Dee?
Yeah?
What you doing?
I'm trying to get my thing back in to where it needs to go.
You think people might have fallen asleep?
What?
You think people might have fallen asleep?
I don't think so. Do you think people might have fallen asleep?
I think so, maybe.
Herb,
People in the US, ask her why he's not asleep.
Herb, why aren't you asleep? Trish is asking, wondering why people aren't asleep. Is it the global crisis?
What?
Is it the global crisis? Okay, I'm going to have to go. And Herb, Trish was asking, why aren't you asleep? What, Trishy? I don't know. So, is anybody still awake? Who's still there? 3 watching. I'm assuming 2 of them are you and me.
Why are you running away from me? Hey? Why are you running away from me? Evie beefs. Hey? Evie. Oh. Hey Didi, can I ask you a favour? Would you mind terribly taking their collars off?
Okay. You need to interact.
Ginny's just saying maybe it's just me, right?
Just get on the ground. What?
Ginny said maybe it's just me right now. I think it might be. I think Dawn might have fallen asleep. Herb might even have fallen asleep. How have you been, Ginny?
Yeah.
I guess you could always put cordial in that drink.
Cordial. Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? As well as
Oh, yeah, sure. To make it palatable.
yeah. That'd be okay.
Talk to Ginny for a few minutes.
Oh really? He's not answering.
Well,
I asked her how she was.
hi, Ginny. Are you still there?
She's there.
Okay. Thanks. Up and down with health, but that's not unusual for me.
I'm sorry it's been like that, Ginny.
Yes, it's been a little bit like that with me recently too.
What's that?
It's been a little bit like me with that, like that with me recently too. One thing after another.
Can you do a thing, Ginny, where they have that sort of you have it like singles buddies, you know how they have people that are single can select somebody that they are a buddy with or something. Could you do that with one of your family or not really?
Oh, there it is. I'll come down to another of my bases.
What's that?
I'm going down to another of my bases.
So Luna Oi did a, what is it, a 3.5 hour video. Was that the one that you sort of had a look at with Hakeem? Or is it let's set the record straight?
I don't know.
Oh no, it's when was that done? September 10th. Oh, okay. I'll have to look at that. I haven't seen this, so but I'm gonna put a link in the I'm going to put a link in the comment section. Okay, and Ginny said it's good having FaceTime though, that helps. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Do you want to sit on my lap, Rooney? You want to sit on my lap?
I've never
Come on,
used
then.
FaceTime. Have you ever used FaceTime, Trishy?
No. No, I haven't used FaceTime.
Or are you
Who-
talking about real life FaceTime?
No. Who owns FaceTime anyway?
I don't know. I think it might be an Apple thing.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. We couldn't do that, I guess, because we don't
No,
have.
we don't have apples.
No.
They're too fancy for us.
Hey?
They're too fancy for us.
Huh.
Apple.
I love the sound of the rain.
Yeah,
And there's frogs get particularly vocal, don't they, when it rains, Dee
they
Dee?
do. Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah. Sweet little frogs. Wow, that's sad. Somebody, a K-pop, a Korean pop group, call themselves Pentagon.
Well, there's a very famous English folk music band who calls themselves Pentacle.
Oh, Pentacle, but Pentagon though.
Pentangle.
But
What?
Pentagon, darling.
Yes. Well, maybe they're thinking of the shape. They're Korean. They may not have the same association as you do.
Yeah. It's amazing how these sort of video surveillance that you know, that guy whose family was blown up in Afghanistan, you know, by the
Yeah.
drone. Um, there's sort of this video of them, you know, putting water bottles in the back of the boot, and
Yeah.
the military claimed that it was full of explosives, but the video shows they were just water bottles.
Yeah.
He was a 14-year employee, the guy who Ahmadi,
Yeah.
was a 14-year-old employee of Nutrition and Education International.
Is this the person who
The
was blown
person who
up?
was blown up, a U.S.
Why did they blow him up? I mean,
because they were trying to divert from Joe Biden's losing popularity because he was finishing the Afghanistan war, so they had something to look. See, we're blowing people up.
yeah.
Um, He helped start up soy factories. U.S. I
Well,
mean,
he
if
sounds
this-
like a really dangerous
yeah,
person.
a U.S. NGO that fights malnutrition.
Mm.
He helped start up soy factories, repair machinery, transport his colleagues, and distribute food from his Corolla to displaced Afghans. Yes, he deserves to be blown to smithereens with his family,
Yeah.
with the 7 children or whatever that were in the car or
Yeah.
whatever. Jesus, God in heaven. Wow.
What else was Ginny saying? So through Facebook, you can do
So
phone
that
calls
through
and whatever.
Facebook you can do
Oh,
phone
yeah.
calls or video calls for no cost. It's pretty good. Yeah, I just don't like actually talking via Facebook. They have enough data.
Ever.
Um,
Yeah.
all these different programs. I'm not a big fan of talking through social media platform type stuff,
Yeah.
really. But unfortunately, every time you have although I don't really have personal conversations on phones, really.
Yeah.
Except, well, you do when you talk to your daughter. Hey, Dee Dee.
I do.
I know it's terrible, but I mean, I don't know about you, Ginny, but because they're so into collecting, I mean, I don't know if this has happened to you, and I'm sure it's happened to other people, but you'll say something on your phone that you haven't done any searching for online, and in the next little while you'll get ads for that specific thing. Like, it's not even a generalized thing. It's a specific item that you may have mentioned during that
Yes.
during that conversation. or you may not even be talking on your phone, you might be just sitting in front of your computer or your phone's nearby, and you mention one specific product or something. The next thing you're getting, in within almost immediately, you're getting, and they'll also do this where you'll mention something and then you'll go to search online and the autofill will come up with that particular thing that you mentioned.
Yeah.
So that is such extreme kind of in privacy invasion, and I'm sure it's not just us, right?
Yeah.
And this is just like, it's become now normalized. Now we, like, literally, if we ever say to one another something that we don't want, Facebook or whatever, or these
hear.
algorithms to know, we actually move away from the phones and say it in another room or whisper it in one another's ears. I mean, if that isn't, that's so fucking sad that now
Yeah.
that's where, like, if we want to share a password, hey Didi, of something,
Yes,
we'll
we would never
whisper
do
it in one another's ears
where
or
the
write
system
it
can
down.
hear it.
We'll write it down so that it can't be heard by the phone.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. Isn't that bizarre? Like, that guy was just putting, water in the back of his boot, and then, and they'd been apparently stalking his car, the drones and stuff, for 8 hours or something.
Yeah.
And then they just blow him up.
It's just disgusting.
He doesn't even know that any of that's going on, and then suddenly he wouldn't have even known what hit him, literally.
Yeah.
It's just disgusting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And also, probably Joe Biden could sort of make him look better.
Yeah.
It was to prevent Joe Biden from having to endure a news cycle. This is what Glenn Greenwald says, not that I'm a fan of his, but having to endure a news cycle accusing Biden of weakness in the face of the attack at Kabul airport, accompanied by lies from the Pentagon, CIA, and his media about who was killed. I mean, that whole family died because that was just to make Joe Biden look better, like that he didn't look weak.
Yeah.
Isn't it disgusting?
Yeah.
That poor man. And some people were trying to put out the flames. They're so, no one can ever say, Didi, that these targeted drone strikes are not, like, so specific. Like, they can pretend like, oh, he accidentally killed people. They managed to kill that guy
Yeah.
in an alleyway,
Yeah.
just that vehicle
Yeah.
in an alleyway where there's buildings all around it.
Yeah.
It's so specific.
Yeah.
And Ginny said, yes, that happens quite a bit. What amazed me is one day a friend mentioned a TV series with a particular actor I had never heard of before. The very next day that series with that actor, Kane, came up in my YouTube feed. Lots of things that happen and with ads too. That's disgusting. They blew that young man up. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and now that's just become normal, because how can you avoid it now, Ginny? Hey, this sort of surveillance and sort of invasion of privacy. Like, you either opt out of all technology, because even our television now, we couldn't buy a TV that didn't have, if we wanted to buy a largish kind of TV, you can't buy one that doesn't have that smart stuff. You could probably, to actually sort of, it has to be connected to the internet to be able to, add a device to it. Like, if you want a particular, you have to have devices added to it, don't you, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And unless you want to opt out of, you can't really opt out of smart phones, I think, unless you want to pay a lot of money for that. What is that phone, Dee Dee?
Oh, there's that European phone. I don't remember what the name of it is. Hang on and I'll have a quick look. Let me just go save my thing first. This game crashes, so I have to save it. Although it's been very good about crashing lately.
What's that?
It's been very good about crashing lately. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yes, I think it's the Fairphone. I think it's the Fairphone. One of the things about the Fairphone is you can fix it. It's got a lot of things about fair trade, but it also is repairable and upgradable, as far as if it's the one I'm thinking of. I think it's the encrypted one. Go on. European price pounce after cracking encrypted phones. Uh-oh. I think, oh, it's just the tab. I better not fool around with it too much looking for this thing, because I don't want it to crash. Oh. No, that's it. The game just crashed, Trishy. The game just crashed. Should I start over? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, we're still on. The game has crashed, but we're still on. Just the little picture of Aoife is up now. What? Actor came up in my YouTube. What? What's up? Okay, I think it's coming on now. Here we go. You, what? There's food over here. Are you hassling me? Are you? This is our old boy. Our old boy hassles me sometimes. He sits right in front of me and climbs into my face and meows at me. I think he's starting to get a bit diabetic again. But he's a sweet old boy. But sometimes can be extremely persistent. Can't you? You can. Yes. Oh. Yes, there we go. Swift. Swifty. Can we hear some of your purrs? Yeah. Yeah. Purring boy. Thank you.
Oh no. Eefy, can I sit down there, sweetie?
The cats are taking over.
I love you too.
We actually had a nice time yesterday. We went out and had dinner.
Oh yeah,
It's the first
which is
time
something.
in about 2 years?
Yeah,
More than that.
yeah. Yeah, the time before that, we had a breakfast on was it my birthday, Diddy?
I think so, yeah.
So that was like about 9 months ago. 10 months ago. And then before that, I can't even remember.
Yeah. What? What's happening? Oh no. How did she get out? How did she get out? Did you leave a window open, Trishy? She wasn't out before, I don't think. It's good she can make that sound.
So does his tasks change much, did he?
What's that?
Does his tasks change much?
The task.
The tasks of that guy in the video, in the game.
The little guy.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot. And sometimes they change. Like right now, he's trying to build a community, which is kind of a new thing. But you're always going to new places.
Oh, Eve is licking Ali's fur.
Ah.
Eve is licking Ali's fur. She must have gotten outside, and I thought we'd locked her in with the others because it's night. And Eve is licking her fur, which is a bit wet. Oh, look, that's amazing. And she's letting him, too.
Yeah.
You're a good boy, Evie.
He is.
There's this thing from a friend of ours online who I interviewed a few years ago on Bank Signals from Vega, and he said in this where is it? It's the Sydney Morning Herald. He said, Jerry, there's a I'm sorry, I had my headset pointing upwards. There's this fellow Jerry Georgatos who is an activist who does a lot of activism
A lot of work with
Indigenous people. And he's written, I think he might have been interviewed for a Sydney Morning Herald thing, and he said, quote, "It is inappropriate that he and other children continue to languish in Australian adult prisons," end quote. Mr. Georgatos said, "There would be outcries from our politicians and social commentators if Australia's children were incarcerated in adult prisons in other countries." Quote, it is an indictment of the Australian government and the offices of the Attorney Generals, state and federal, and the ministries and departments of corrective services that they were aware of these age disputes and have done nothing about remedying the situation, end quote. This was 10 years ago, but because we persisted and kept on ramping up, all Indonesian children in Australian adult prisons were freed over the next 10 months. 158 children were returned to Indonesia from Australia adult prisons and immigration detention centres, an Australian human rights abuse tale not all that well known. Yeah.
Yeah, some of the things are just awful that we do.
Well, that was published 10 years ago. Wow.
Wow.
I didn't see that. But Jerry just posted that. Oh, hi, Herb. We were asking you a while ago, how come you were still awake? What's happening? Are you having trouble sleeping? How come it says started streaming 6 minutes ago? Did we restart another stream? Did he?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, good.
3 hours ago, it says.
Yeah, before it looked like 6 minutes.
It did look like 6 minutes ago. It was 6 minutes ago.
Yeah, what happened, Herb? Has my super chat ability been taken away? I don't see any. I don't see any way people can do super chats anymore.
I
Did he?
don't know. Did they take it away from you?
I don't know. I don't see it there. That's interesting.
That's not interesting. That's disgusting.
Well, yeah, but that's really weird, isn't it?
It is.
Let me have a look.
It's bad.
Yeah, I don't see any sort of note about that or anything.
Yeah.
Who knows, Diddy? That's very odd, though.
It is.
And I love the way they don't give you any sort of, you don't get any kind of a note saying that they've done anything.
No.
Here, sweetie.
Why would they
Yeah,
give
it's a
you
good
any
kill.
information?
Can I take that off you? Can I take it off you? Do you want to sit on my lap? Good girl. You want to sit on my lap? Come on then. You want to sit on my lap? Oh. Whoops. Yeah, well, that's weird, eh?
Yeah.
I just noticed that then. I don't know. Well, that's charming.
Yes.
I never really made money from it, and now I can't, even if I wanted to.
Yeah. Well, yes, they don't want the likes of you doing anything like that.
Huh?
They don't want the likes of you doing anything like
No,
that.
but I mean, they haven't even sort of said anything. And I still am on that Google Ads, AdSense thing. Like, I don't think I've been taken away from that. But I mean, you know, there's
Yeah.
nothing there now for me to get any money, even if I wanted it.
No,
That's bullshit,
it is
isn't it?
bullshit.
I
Yeah.
just noticed that then.
Yeah.
I should have a look and see if the other live stream. Well, I guess they'll probably all be the same now because they've removed that thing. It's probably likely that they even think I'm doing anti-COVID stuff or something. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
Because they don't have any real. Their algorithms aren't human sort of things, and so you know.
Yeah. Yeah. What did Adam say? I agree, Dee Dee. Was that?
No, that was from an
That's
old
all.
live stream.
Why are you looking at all that?
Because I wondered if, I don't know, I wondered if but that's silly because they, even if they had, they wouldn't have been showing any dollar sign somewhere there.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, you had you gave me a couple of super chats, 2 or 3, Herb. You were able to, you gave me a super chat, so you were the only person I think that ever
Ever did.
did. So we did have it, and now we don't, and I'm not sure why. That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, just more BS. More BS from YouTube. So you keep irregular hours, Herb, and that's why you're up. I mean, we're glad you're up because you can hang out with us.
'Cause somebody's up.
But I worry if you're having trouble sleeping, though. This might be something that you might find helpful. It's the relaxed guy has this. He has a whole bunch of rain sounds on his channel, and I personally find it very helpful. Excuse me. Gentle night rain, 12 hours. Huh. Hey Dee Dee, when you come out, could you give Alia some more to eat? Well, thank you, Herb. The only thing is that now no one can give me super chats because it appears they've taken it away from me.
People in the last month, so they're taking it away. You haven't gained 4,000 people in the last month. Okay. Well, here I am.
Taken it away because they think I've got some sort of anti-vaccine thing happening.
Maybe. Maybe you do. I'm bought a whole bunch of stuff and I'm trying to sell it.
You bought stuff for someone.
I bought some stuff and I'm trying to sell it.
Well, it just shows in Afghanistan you've got to be careful about putting things in your boot. They might get blown up.
Yes,
That's charming.
that's charming.
You almost, if you're going to put something in your boot, you should probably hold it up and tip out water out of it so that whoever in the drone program is watching you can see it's just water.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, how do they know? It might be, you might be pouring out poison.
Yes, we will.
I'm out trying to recruit some frigates.
Some what?
Recruiting some frigates.
Frigates.
Yeah.
Who are they? Frigates.
Frigates for my freighter. I have a big ship and
Oh.
you can get smaller ships to help you. And
Oh shit.
that one is not one I want.
But I can do a poll, Dee Dee. How great. Ask a question and do a poll.
Oh, wow.
But I can't collect money anymore. That's
No.
just too bad.
Yeah, that's because you're a bad person.
I'm a bad person. I wonder if that's what they do to people that have small channels. You know, you can't demonetize anything of theirs, so the only thing you can do is take away their ability in a super chat,
Make any more money.
if
Yeah.
that's how you're making money. You know, and you don't give them any warning, you just do it.
Yeah.
And that's what I was saying about, you know, if ever YouTube gets to the point where they not only are they doing stuff to big channels, but then they just penalize everybody that's talking about imperialism or whatever,
Yeah.
you know, some way or another.
Yeah.
It's not enough that they censor my channel and kind of don't recommend it.
Yeah.
No, they've got to do that too. It just keeps getting more and more fun, doesn't it?
It does.
Maybe they don't like the fact that I haven't, you know, put ads on many things lately.
Maybe they don't.
I haven't done that for ages. Hey, Dee Dee, did you happen to end the thing with Restream, by the way?
Yes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Maybe they didn't like me criticizing people.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Anyway, check out that thing, Herb. Check out that video. You might find that helpful. I find when I'm got weird hours like that, when I'm staying up really late, that I'm depressed and I don't realize it. Is there a new No Man's Sky? It's called No Man's Sky's Frontiers.
That's what I've got.
Oh, you've got the new one.
Yeah.
Oh, is it good?
Well, it's pretty much the same. It's just an upgrade.
Oh, okay.
And that's where I've got some new things to do.
Ah. Anyhow, Dee Dee, I could either leave you with this game and you can just hang out with whomever, or we can just wrap it up.
We might want to just wrap it up.
Yeah, that might be good. So, anyway, Herb, I hope that you get the sleep that you need. That would be really good. And do think about checking out that relaxing, the relaxed guy and his rain sounds. It's actually just rain falling on the ground, and it's really relaxing. Anyway, we might
Yes, the
go.
rain sounds are just the sounds of rain.
Yeah. Anyway, we might go. So thanks, Ginny. Thanks, Herb. Thanks everybody else who was here earlier, who are
Yes.
probably having little dream times and little REM sleeps. And we'll catch you next time. It'll probably be another couple of weeks before we'll be on again. So I might let you close it up, Dee Dee.
Okay.
Good night, Ginny. Stay well. Stay well,
well.
Herb.
Okay. Okay, everyone. Have a nice time.
Bye.
It's not going to close down quite yet.
Oh, okay. Why is that?
Probably because I'm busy changing solar systems.
Oh, okay. You know, we keep not getting any stuff from YouTube. It's very strange. Diddy? We've never gotten any stuff from YouTube, have we? In our actual post box.
No.
It's very strange.
Mhm.
Oh, good night, Ginny.
Good night, Jenny.
It's nice hanging out with you too. We've been a bit quiet the last hour, but it's very nice.
Yes, maybe we can do this more often.
I don't know about more often, Diddy. I think like once every fortnight's probably plenty.
Enough.
What do you think?
Well, I'm about to stop this, so have fun, everyone.
Okay then.
And
Bye
I'll
for
see you
now.
later.
Be well.
Live long and prosper and all that stuff.